What's going on, everybody? My name is Bryce, also known as Fisoc, and welcome back to our D&D show! I'm very happy to have you all with us today, and I hope you have been enjoying so far. I will be your DM throughout the entirety of this campaign, and alongside me is a wonderful cast of adventurers who you all know and love. We're going to be continuing on with episode 3 today, and it's been a joy and a half getting to play with all of them and listen to them scream at me for the past week.
Full DM.
I'm crying.
See, they're having a great time.
I'm gonna kill someone.
They are so happy with
very
me.
Excited for next combat.
They're so happy with me.
Pretending I'm fighting Bryce.
They are just in the greatest of moods. They're totally not upset about the things that have happened in the past. And you know what? I think that makes it the best. Do you know why I think that makes it the best, guys? Do you know why I think it makes it the best?
Because I can say it.
No, don't you fucking dare.
Because it builds character.
I hate
Because no matter what happens and no matter the decisions that are made, it all builds character.
It's not part of the decision of this. I did not name the show.
Without further ado,
That's the original idea.
let's get on in
What was it? PNG D&D?
PNG and D.
to our next
And you said no.
episode.
I didn't say no. I just said, ugh. This isn't much better. I wasn't even asked about this one. I didn't learn until the first session.
No, you didn't.
Sorry,
You were.
Bryce.
Speaking of which, watch episode 1.
Where we last left off. Hi, Aether wielder Harlow joined the party
And then left it.
after hearing about this storm and being instructed to head in your direction. You all met with priest. Why am I losing everything now?
Air horn.
Firehorn, thank you. Oh my goodness.
Air
It's been a day. I just wrote a paper. It's been a day. Anyway,
It's also right here in the general chat. We're like right there for this voice chat. It's like right
the party met with Priest Airhorn to discuss further what this storm was. After a few days prior, encountering some odd and strange foes. Quickly learning about the attempts at ascension that were made, and Nyx and Tythos having a fallout of sorts.
Hey, I'm off the hook now.
The party kind of split for a bit,
You're mad at someone else. I'm
getting
fine.
splitting up to do some of their own things and ask some more questions that were needed when I, Aether wielder Harlow, made his entrance. He also discussed with Priest Airhorn and discussed some issues pertaining to what the storm was, and was instructed maybe it would be best to join the party for a bit. After some discussions and talking amongst themselves and getting a little tipsy, Nyx, unbeknownst to her, gave up her recently reclaimed Journal of Killix, one of the ones who had attempted this ascension, and also one of the ones that was tied to a few of the people in the party in various ways. High Aether wielder Harlow took this journal and said that he would translate it, as Nyx does not speak Infernal, and that was mostly what the journal was written in. So he took it to bed with him. And after reading the passages for a couple hours, it turned into many, he closed the book, packed up, and disappeared in the middle of the night. Only with Fern being the one to notice his absence.
Whoopsies.
When morning came, the party gathered, unknowing where their new
Sorry.
party member was, only to find out that he had split town very quickly with the book. They went back to Priest Airhorn and discussed what had happened, and while he didn't initially believe the party, he said, "Fine. I will send a message to Greater Aether Wielder Ulisan Thul." Ulisan Thul being the Aether Wielder that would hold the position above High Aether Wielder Harlow. And upon receiving a message back, realized, oh no, our party is in fact correct. And so they reached out. Reached out to Harlow's opposite, Riken Elias. High Aether Wielder Riken Elias of the Divine Aether Wielders. And were instructed to head to the west, into Morass, and to the city of Canopy, where he currently is stationed. So, with all of that in mind, as the party has gathered and begins to set out, is there any last things you all need to do in town?
Nah, I think we covered everything with the shopping and all that.
Mhm.
The stuff we couldn't afford.
So, you all then make your way out of the town and down the gravel. Well, I guess this would be like a dirt path that leads down to the main
wait,
highway.
did we choose to go through the... We chose to go on the road, not the...
Yes,
Yeah.
you guys decided
Okay,
you were
cool.
going to go on the road, which is still going to take about 5 days rather than the 6 or 7. So it is going to be...
What?
There's going to be a bit of a journey. So, that being said, you all make your way down this dirt path that leads down this off-road of the Bardic Crossing. And you head south just for maybe a mile or two before you reach the main road that takes you to the covered highway. The covered highway, as many of you know, runs east to west, across the continent of Kyrum, directly through the city that you are traveling to. Canopy.
But what is the number designation of this covered highway?
What?
The number designation.
You want to know the mile number?
Not... Well, I mean, that'd be nice to know.
No!
69.
69.
I'm going to hurt all of you.
Nice. What exit are we coming out on?
I'm going to hurt you. Anyway. You guys will know that as you travel to the west, towards the city of Canopy, there are going to be a couple towns that you will, I don't want to say pass through, because they are a ways off and on their own pathway, but you will pass south of the city, or of the town of Marsh, and you will also
Beautiful town
pass
name.
north of the city of Circle.
I thought the town was called North for a second there. But no.
Now, traveling to these two locations will take days off of your travel. And you're not going to pass anywhere close to them, but you will know that you will come to some crossings in which you could travel to these locations. But you are still even days away from reaching those crossings. So, Is there anything you guys would like to discuss or say or do as you make your way west?
I just get towards the front, take one big step onto the highway. Onwards! Like, Tythos is in like a generally cheerier mood than he has been like the last couple sessions.
So just like visibly questions it, but doesn't say anything, and just starts to walk behind him.
Same with Fern. She just stares like, okay.
Like Tythos
like,
knows that like since like Nyx is not directly mad at him more than anyone else, and like the weight of like that secret being off his shoulders, he's just like there's a bit more pep in his step. Still like visibly like watching like dense tree lines and whatnot, but like otherwise just kind of doop-a-doop-a-doo. It's like occasionally.
You're oddly more cheerful than I have known you for this past month.
Look, we've gone through a lot of shit, but everything's out on the table now. And I feel that now since we have been open with each other, I still don't know anything about this straw man, but everything else, I feel like since everything's on the table, like it's not as stressful anymore. I feel like there are less barriers between everyone.
I mean, there would have been less barriers if you told me to begin with, but
We wouldn't.
I shall just like walk past him, not wanting
Kind of
to continue the conversation.
Just pushing him out of the way. Just like shoulder checking his like kneecap or something. I don't know.
Yep.
Curious, is this road like
yeah.
the road we're on? It's like clear, right? It's like a clearing.
Yeah, so the road that you guys...
There's nothing above us.
Yeah, so as of right now, there's nothing above you guys. So you guys, like... The covered highway runs east from Canopy towards the Songbird Peninsula.
Yeah.
When it hits the Songbird Peninsula, which you guys are, I would say, about 5 or so miles out from that, from where it, from where you reach the border of Morass and the Songbird Peninsula. It then splits into what's called the Bardic Crossing, which is a collection of highways and a collection of roads that then spread south and then further east across the rest of the region. So you guys there's nothing above you right now. It is you still have that slight mix of like jungly type trees, but also still you have that nice like you have the nice like beachy air, you know, some of the more like palm trees type stuff. But you are also a little further north, so you have some more pine trees and some more oak trees. It's a weird combination of warm and cool that when you actually
I think we're in North Carolina.
It sounds really stupid, but it's probably the best way to describe it. Yeah, like
Either
North
that
Carolina.
or Southern Virginia.
I'd say like North Carolina type vibes. It's kind of what it's like. It's it just has that vibe and feel to it that like there's a combination of a lot that shouldn't work together, but because you are on the northern side where it gets a little colder, but you are so close to the beach and to the coast, and you are close to this very hot and dense, thick, warm jungle. You have all of these natural forces at work that are creating this strangely beautiful scenery for you.
How populated is it?
The road today, because it is a clear day and it's about noon, I don't want to say it's super, super populated, but you can see a couple, you can see like looking, because by the time you make it to this part of the road, you'd kind of be looking like northwest, southeast type direction. You can see that there's a couple carts, and some people, but it's not extremely populated.
Well, Fern, you must be loving this place.
Yeah. This place is cool.
Yeah.
Just like you, I just imagine Fern occasionally, like every half mile or so, taking a second to just like
Yeah.
breathe in the nice air,
And
or like
honestly,
occasionally like, ooh, a cricket, like just
That is that. Yeah, accurate.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, there's all that type of stuff that's going on. And one of the things as well that, like, you kind of have to run off the road to get to some of these things, because there actually is a gravel highway, which is odd. Most other places around the world, even regardless of if you've been to other places in the world, you've probably read about it. Strontius, you would be very familiar with this coming from Draelia. Roads?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, you would be very familiar with this coming from Draelia, coming from another continent, so you have experience with this. A gravel road is typically only found in a town or city. Rarely ever is there a gravel road between cities or between places. Like, the highways in Draelia, not like that. They are dirt. They are just dirt, wide dirt paths that have just been carved and made as people have traveled, and that's just been the road. Because there was no reason, like, it would be too expensive to put gravel down. Here, that's not the case. And make an Arcana check for me.
Okay. Rolls to mute me, my beloved.
Let's mute me, my beloved.
See, you say my beloved now, but God knows.
it's like while
I
Strontius is
beg.
like looking at the gravel very intently. I just turn to Nyx and Fern, like after a cart passes, like, why don't we just rent a cart?
Non-natural 20.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you would
Fair. I didn't think of that.
you would definitely know this. Like, looking at it and coming from another place in the world that, you know, isn't like this. The air feels... Since you've been in Kyrum, you know something has felt strange. Something has felt like there's something in the air. You've never been this close to one of the etherical poles of the world. The two etherical poles of the world are in Kyrum, and they're in Yugo Kyron. They're not in Draelia. There's a very strong pull here. There's magic is just, it feels easier to cast. And as you look down at the gravel, and just as you're walking and you think about it, you realize that this gravel was probably fabricated. They're
This is
probably
fake gravel.
not so
Well-
much fake, no.
Not so much fake,
but-
but like artificial.
Yeah, kind of like
Cool. Rocks are rocks.
it's strange.
Can I
because-
use detect magic?
You can, absolutely. And as you perform your incantation and detect the magic around you, you don't. It works, and the magical items that are on you all, which I don't believe any of you have any at the moment, are the only things that glow,
Yeah, no.
if anything.
Would my druidic focus count?
I would say yes. So I would say your Garotech kind of glows a little bit, and your
Yeah.
like any focuses and things glow a little bit.
Nyx and I do not glow whatsoever unless I would have the blood curse up, which I don't.
But when you cast detect magic, you feel that you look around and it's like your vision doesn't go blurry or hazy, but it feels like it does.
I like to
Because
imagine
there's
it's
just
like when you put
so
X-ray goggles
much.
on.
There's just so much ether. There's so much magic in the air. Just naturally in the air. It's almost oppressive to you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not so much so that it's like you can't focus. You're just not used to this high of a concentration of magic.
Okay.
Isn't that right, Strontius?
Isn't what right?
us talking to Nix and Fern, we probably should have just rented a cart a while ago.
We're renting a cart.
Well, I'm just saying we should have, probably. And we've
Like,
been
do you
walking
wanna
for how many
see if
miles?
there's-
now, but
Do you want to see if there's a place to rent carts along the road?
I highly doubt they're along the highway.
Stronius reaches over and touches Tythos and casts jump.
Okay.
Congratulations. Go see if there's something.
um,
So I'm supposed to jump and not break my legs.
We'll worry about that when you come down.
Okay.
For
So I'm
jump,
gonna-
just so you know, your jump distance is tripled.
What's my jump distance? That's not something on my sheet. What's the general jump distance, Bryce?
I gotta double check. So jump distance is a number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength modifier.
So 2.
So you can jump 6 feet.
6 feet. I can see halfway up a tree, and just like to show that like this is nothing.
Not working.
I
I
just
mean,
kind of
it's pretty. I mean, okay, if you could jump 6 feet in the air, that's
yeah,
pretty
no, that part's
good.
impressive. But the fact that he wanted me to scout out and look around when we're in a jungle forest thing, I wouldn't be able to see past most trees. Unless you want me to climb into the tree and then climb it up, in which I think Fern would be a better choice for this.
yeah, I was about to say, I could just shapeshift into an owl or something. I have wild shape as a thing.
We could do that, and I could throw you.
Why are you so-
Throw
Okay,
me, please.
It's like, well, you already cast it, so I might as well jump. And I'm going to jump like towards the nearest like pine tree, like with my
Okay.
sword out, and try to just stab into it.
Beg you do not.
All right. Yeah, that's gonna be an athletics. That's gonna be an athletics check. Typically, it would be athletics or acrobatics, but nah, you're trying to stab a tree, my dude.
Look, I'm trying to just like
Athletics check for me,
at least
please.
okay. Yeah, I no, I get that, but I just want to describe that I'm like trying to like just kind of enough in there that I don't fall like when you use an ice pick.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Still requires some strength, though.
Oh yeah, no, I'm
Out of
Fuck, I know
character,
this.
I just pictured like Strontius like trying to do jump on Fern, and Fern could just jump over a bush.
Yeah, honestly, that's yeah.
She can jump. It's just over a bush.
okay. So let's roll then.
This makes it so
Hey.
much easier.
I'm gonna roll now.
Yeah. All right.
Natural 19, which makes that an 18.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll say you jump up and you do you have a dagger on you?
I have. No, I just have my sword.
You just have a sword. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So you jump up and
I mean,
you
it's
like
like a bastard sword, so it would be like.
yeah. I would say you jump up and as you go to like stab your sword into the tree, like before you even get your like swing in to like jab it into the trunk, you realize that's not going to go well. So you end up just wrapping your arms around the tree. You do jump a good 6 feet up the tree.
Am I
and
close
grab
enough
onto
to
it.
branches to stand?
Yeah,
Any bigger ones?
you have to climb up a little bit, but with an 18,
Well,
you
no,
you
I
climb
want
up.
to like get a nice sturdy branch and just jump again. Expedite the process.
Yeah, so you climb up another 2 feet, you find a branch, and make an acrobatics check for me this time.
Oh, I'm much better at that.
Yeah.
So much so that I got a 7.
Yeah,
Nick,
so
like, nudges. Fern goes, "Want to bet that he falls?" I'll be nice. I'm just like watching this man. I don't know what's happening anymore.
okay, so with that 7, you get up another couple feet. Like I said, you're about 8 feet up in the tree now, and you find a sturdy branch, and you go and jump. And as you do, you didn't realize there was some moss on that branch when you jumped, and your foot slips, and you like reach up to go grab the next branch, and Fern and Nyx, as you two are having this conversation, just how much do you want to bet that he falls? It's like, I'll be, and he just falls.
Strontius sees this, looks over, and casts Featherfall.
Aw.
You know,
okay,
I
make
probably
a,
should have used. Wait.
make a,
Yeah. No.
make a sleight of hand check.
Me?
Yes.
Because that's
Okay.
like how fast you're like whipping it out, you know.
I got you.
I was really hoping that Strontius just looks up, sees him falling, and takes a step to the side.
Yeah, like a Looney Tunes
20,
cartoon.
let's go.
A what?
Non-nat 20, 17.
Non-natural. Okay, yeah. So I'll say you do cast the Featherfall in time. As you see him just immediately begin to fall. You were like sitting there, like watching, just like, look at this idiot. Ah, shit! And you quickly cast the Featherfall.
No, don't die yet.
So you don't take any damage,
Heard.
but you do fall out of the tree, and make a perception check for me with disadvantage, Tythos.
Oh, I didn't see anything.
And for anybody that is watching or listening to this, I'm not trying to be mean to Tythos. You keep hearing me say, have him make checks with disadvantage.
Non-natural 19.
Oh, no. I think
On
the checks are
disadvantage,
supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's like,
No,
I just
am
want...
throwing myself at danger.
Yeah, I just want everyone to know that Tythos is purposefully putting himself in these situations, and he is aware that he will probably have disadvantage on these checks. I'm not being a mean DM.
I just know I am bringing entertainment.
So
Also, I rolled a 16 and a 19, so non-natural 19.
Non-natural 19. Okay, so I will say, as you did jump and before you grabbed on, that was part of the reason why you kind of messed up your jump. You didn't really see anything other than just highway for miles.
Cool. I'm just gonna like, as I'm like, because I imagine like it's like when you drop like really close to ground and then you're like you stop like an inch before hitting it, and then you're just dropped again.
Not exactly, no.
Flavor-wise, I'm
Featherfall...
going to imagine it like this.
Okay, fair enough.
And as Strontius just kind of drops me that last inch, I just look at him while laying on the gravel. Guess what?
What'd you see?
A lot of fucking trees and a lot of fucking gravel.
So we're not getting a cart.
I just said we should have. Past tense. I just didn't want you to waste one of your spells. So I humored you.
Well, now I've wasted 2 on you.
That was your fault. You cannot blame me for this.
And we remain fruitless and stuck on this road.
Here's a thought. What if next time we let the fruit do the scouting, or the fern do the scouting? Because this.
Hey, Fern, you said you can wild shape, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you become a big bird?
I've never tried it before. I just know that I can. So we can make an attempt.
Well, no, no, we want you to be like a really big bird.
Like a rideable bird.
Like, or a really big horse, but I don't think that's how that works.
I don't think so.
So,
I actually don't know how wild shape works.
I'm gonna throw this out
Which
here.
is fitting.
I'm gonna throw this out here. Wild shape allows you to become a creature that you are familiar with up to a certain challenge rating. At your current challenge rating, Fern, I believe it's 1/4. I don't believe it's 1/2. I think it's 1/4.
Okay.
So owl
what I'm
bear is out of the question.
What I'm
Yeah,
hearing
no.
is wolf.
I was thinking
Fern?
more like a freaking canary. I was like-
Fern can.
Fern, do
I
you
will-
know what a dragon looks like?
I will put this. I will put this out here.
Do you know what a really friendly dragon looks like?
Fern could become a giant owl if Fern had seen one. Fern has not seen a giant owl before, so Fern
do
would
you know
not
what
be
a
familiar.
hippogriff is?
Quickly, write into your backstory. They can't say no.
Yes, I can. I'm the DM.
Nature check. Nature check.
Fern could.
Yeah, wait. Let Fern do the nature check. Let Fern do the nature
Or
check.
history
Wait,
1 to 2.
wait.
Fern could become a regular owl or a regular type of bird, but not a giant bird.
Have you ever seen what a horse is? Do you
I'm
know what?
not letting you guys ride on top of me.
No. I want you to pull the cart. The cart we don't have. I want you to pull the cart.
I'm just gonna keep walking.
But I have this like piece of parchment out, I'm like pointing at it with a stick. I'm like, but think about it, and I'm like trying to make the logistics. It's like, just hear me out. Just hear me out.
Picks up the fern and starts shaking the fern. Just, do you know what a hippogriff is?
No. What is that?
I think it's a bird that is also part demon.
Is it
Yeah,
like a
that's
good,
probably
like,
it.
Lion, lion hawk thing. Or am I
Tythos does
thinking of
not
something
know.
else?
Tythos does not know what it is. And depending on your definition,
All right,
it's
let's
a
get
bunch of different
walking.
things. I like to imagine
Yeah,
we've been walking as I'm like yelling.
Nix is just sitting there going, I think he means hippopotamus, but like, okay.
How the hell do you know what that is?
How would a hippopotamus help us right now?
I guess there are. Bryce, in your world, are there the hippopotamus people that I don't remember the
Here,
name of?
hold on.
Oh goodness,
Do they live anywhere? I forget what they're called.
I don't know any hippo. You mean the elephant? Elephant?
No, I
folk?
think there are hippo people in like some expanded thing. I don't know.
The GIF. Oh, the
Yeah,
GIF.
GIF.
They are, well, first and foremost, they're relatively new, even though it does say
It's
Volo
from
Sky.
Mordecai and stuff.
Yeah, they are from Morning Canyons. They're not anywhere in my world, at least as far as I've developed. Not saying they couldn't be, but they are not as of this moment. So
They could just be in a different plane.
yeah, I would say they're not on the plane of the prime material plane, but they could be somewhere else.
Anyway, as we're walking, like I'm just trying to like convince Fern to help us travel faster. Like mostly jokingly, but like with a very small hope in the back of my head that Fern will think of something. And like I keep doing this until like the sun starts going down.
Goodness, so you were just spending all day just bugging this poor girl.
I mean, I'll take breaks to like bug Stronius and Nyx. But I've messed with Nyx for like the last month, and Stronius I don't know enough to make fun of him.
Tythos has only had Nyx to like talk to, and now that there's actual people who are being held hostage.
And before that, all I
to
had was
talk
my teeth.
to.
It's like, and before that, all I had was Elias. So like, it's only been like one person at a time. I've never had 3 people to talk to.
Tythos is lonely.
We get it, Tythos.
Little trust in you.
I'll-
Tread
I have done
carefully,
nothing.
sir.
I've done nothing to you.
Yeah. Okay.
I was waiting for the
I did
yeah.
nothing to you. I have not done a single thing to you. I simply told you that if you made a deal, I might have to kill you.
So you would have killed my dad. Noted. Interesting. Nice.
I
To
did
be
not say
fair,
that.
he wouldn't tell you that he killed your dad. He would just make you his friend for a month.
Hey, remember that Harlow guy? Remember that Harlow guy who stole the book? That I've been meticulously trying to rewrite throughout this entire travel we have been doing?
Speaking of which,
That was a secret.
speaking
say
of
that?
which, Tythos,
Yeah, what's up?
I want you to roll a combination of checks for me very quickly.
Now it just
First-
feels like you're bullying Tythos.
Yeah.
My guy has to pass.
First, I want you to roll for me a history check.
Does it involve? Are you about to ask me anything regarding Fae,
Nope.
fiends, or undead?
Actually, yes.
Well, yeah, because if you're talking about Killix, then it would be fiends.
Yes.
Yeah. So I get advantage. Yay!
For the first time.
And I needed it. Nope, I rolled the same thing twice. 8.
Okay. Roll for me now an Arcana check.
Is it regarding faith?
Because of the low roll, it is just a flat roll.
Okay, fine. Guild tests are stupid. Arcana 16.
16. Okay.
Forgot I have a +5 in this.
All right. So with the 8 and the 16, I'll say average is about a 12. In your own personal notebook, I will say you have translated the first quarter of Killix's journal, and that's all you have recorded.
Because that's all I remember, or that's just all the time I've had?
That's all the time you've had. The history was to see if you could piece together, even though you could read the language, it was to see if you could piece together kind of what he was talking about in some of his earlier entries. And when I say you have about the first quarter of it done, I'm saying you started translating his just monologues that he was writing, his daily journal monologues, where you kind of already knew some of that stuff because it was things that have happened to you. So you didn't even bother translating those. And if it wasn't things that happened to you, it was things that happened to your family. So you translate some of the stuff that came after that, and it wasn't really much. It just talked about some of the deals that were that he had made with some
it's
people.
Like you can see that like the quill or whatever had been like pressed harder on that page.
He
like just angrily.
Yeah, he had about some of the deals he had made with some people in the past, and then just the beginnings of some of the more intrusive, darker thoughts that came to him. And then I would say you also jumped a little bit further ahead when you started realizing, oh shit, there's actually like spells and things in here. And you started to write them down, though you didn't know their meaning. You started to write some of the stuff down. So I'll say you have about a quarter of it translated. You could probably figure out about a third just based off of memory of some of the stuff that you didn't translate.
Yeah.
But you have some notes that are written in common.
And then the rest are written infernal.
The rest you don't have. Because you didn't copy the entire thing.
Well, no. But the first monologues are in there?
You do not have the first monologues because those were the things that you skipped over and said, I don't need this because this is stuff I already know. The first monologues for...
no, I get that. Can I retroactively at least write part of it?
Yeah, you would have to spend time doing that, but you could retroactively write that stuff down. So I would say that if you spend the days traveling, like as you're traveling or at night while you're traveling, you could probably write down about a third of the journal in common.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I get the family stuff in there earlier rather than later.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're still walking right now, right?
Yeah, you guys have been walking while
I'm just discussing with the DM. I'm discussing with God real quick. Just give me a moment. Okay, yeah. So
flattery won't get you very far, but I appreciate it.
No, I'm being literal. Like you control it. Anyway,
Just a disembodied voice. Just try again, champ.
okay. But yeah, I want to make sure I have the family stuff in there.
Yeah.
Just for like proof that I'm not lying about any backstory I may reveal in the future.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because people seem to be suspicious of me. Glare. But yeah, so as I'm like holding the books, like, well, that was supposed to be a secret. Or no, wait, no, it wasn't, because the other thing was going to be a secret for next.
Can I make a perception check along this road?
Yes, you can. And actually, I think I need all of you to make perception checks for me as we're traveling.
Okay, I'm looking for shops along the road.
Okay.
Now,
On the
question.
Are we going to find a 7-Eleven?
Nick still had an exhaustion level, I think, of 1,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So does that perception check mean
I'm not
disability?
gonna find.
It does,
anything.
yes.
Cool, just wanted to double check. Look at me remembering.
Mm-hmm.
I'll quickly just type mine in.
Okay.
Got
So
15.
it's 14, 15.
20.
Okay.
Natural or unnatural?
The second one was unnatural. Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. I don't know why she's calling me.
No, you're fine. What'd you get, Fern?
12 plus 4, so 16.
16? Okay. Yeah, so as you guys... I love seeing Haley's just...
I know.
But no, as you guys travel, you don't see any shops, no. There's not really that type of stuff along the roads as you travel. But I will say, for the first day, as you guys make your way westward... No, you're good. As you guys make your way westward for the first day, the weather's clear. The weather's warm. And after about half a day's travel or so, you do finally pass into this more oppressive, dense, humid jungle of morass. It is hot. It is damp. And
Man, this place is a good temperature. I like this.
for you, Fern, you feel the change, but you don't care.
Sweet.
Normally you would, but that boon is not slowing you down.
Meanwhile, I'm like, nice and warm, finally.
Would I start to notice it at that point then? Because I didn't notice it before.
You would notice something's different, but you wouldn't notice what.
Okay.
You know, the Strontius's armor is just like venting.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, it's like a laptop that's like running too many programs.
My fans are going huge right now.
Yeah. While you don't have any fans and your armor's not, your armor does have some metal on it. It's not like full mech suit type thing. That's not what it is. It's hot as shit in that armor, dude. It's hot as all hell in that armor.
And you said it's about half day so far.
Yeah, and you've traveled about half a day. But as you do pass into the morass, the sky is quickly swallowed up by the canopy of the jungle, as it is a thick, dense jungle.
So we're about halfway there. Or not halfway there, halfway through the day, according to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Before we went in to the canopy area. Not the canopy, but you know what I mean. Are we going to want to settle outside of this jungle? Or do we want to, because we're going to have to set up camp either in this jungle or right outside of it.
I mean, I'm down for whatever.
I mean, so am I. That's why I'm asking these two.
You would know if you set up camp here now, you would add about another half a day's travel.
I mean, I don't care about the heat. I love it.
Yeah,
Nix
I don't
is
mind
just
it.
like huffing and puffing in her large swashbuckler-like coat, going, "This is fine."
You have to just remember that Typhos is like a tiefling, so anything warmer is nice. But yeah, it's okay, we'll keep going. And for you, Nix, and I look over at Strontius and notice there's some. I presume I noticed there's some sweat
I'm
building
about
up.
to get raided, I think.
What? His roommates are just
Oh,
conga
line.
Conga line. No, yeah, Strontius is visibly dripping.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want. It's I'll take the lead, and just we'll find the nearest lake or pond, and we set up camp there. It'll probably be a bit cooler, and you can probably wash up if need be.
Oh my god, our beach episode.
You know, I want to say I planned that. I did not. I'm just being practical.
So is now a bad time to mention that the eastern side of the morass, specifically the northeastern side of the morass, is this just gross marsh.
Beach episode!
That's not a beach, dipshit.
Look, man. Look, I imagine because of like the large canopy that water would pool up somewhere that isn't as marshy. Like down the moss type thing. And just kind of like, you know, just eventually pool up over the years.
I feel like that would be mushy.
It's very marshy where you guys are.
Yeah.
Like, look, I just said the nearest, like, cooler place, such as a pond or lake. Bogs
Okay.
are not generally cooler. So we will
Okay.
keep going.
All right.
We will travel at night if we must. Unless you want to rest during the day and then, like, go at night so we can, like, be cooler. But, like, that's up to you guys. We would not be able to see as well.
Speak for yourself.
Fern, roll a nature check for me.
Fuck you, I have dark vision too. I was pretty sure tieflings get by default.
19 plus 3.
22. Okay. The mention of traveling at night, even on the highway through the morass, bad idea. A really bad idea.
And when have we been known for good ideas?
Like-
Exactly.
No.
Like, setting up a camp and doing what most people do is so much safer because of how dark it can get.
Mm-hmm.
And even though some of you may have dark vision, it's only so many feet, and things can move very quickly in a jungle.
60 feet's a lot.
So
But
if you just
no.
setting up camp and setting up an actual stationary fire, setting up an actual camp and keeping guard, much safer than trying to weave half a
I
party
was-
that doesn't have dark vision through a jungle at night.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going to assume Fern is telling me this.
Yep.
Just like,
Yep.
bad idea. I was like, I'm just offering
idea.
comfort to the other two, okay? I'm just trying to be nice.
Bad idea.
Okay.
Comfort
keep
was
going.
not bad idea.
It's like, we're still walking, so...
Yeah.
I presume it's like, I'll keep walking.
Yep. So you guys keep traveling for another couple hours, and nothing comes to you this day. You pass by a few travelers that are making their way, eastward towards the Songbird Peninsula. Some of them look like they may be scholars or other kids that are traveling from the universities or whatnot, and some just seem like simple traders and merchants that.
International students discovering themselves.
That's not what I was going for, but sure. Why not? I guess. But no, you make your way for a couple more hours, and the sun begins to set. And though you can't really see where the sun is, there's still enough light coming through the trees that you can, you can tell what time of day it is. And the daylight turns more to that more orange, gold, amber color.
Hashtag golden hour.
Hashtag golden hour.
Nix,
Get
I
the
have no idea what
selfies
you're
out!
It's like, Nix, I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyways, let's... What is a hashtag?
Continue walking.
I mean, we need to set up camp soon while we still have enough light to actually see what we're doing.
We should
So,
use the spell campfire.
produce fire, produce flames. I know magic. Anyways, can I look around for like the nearest like either clearing or just a place that looks strategically safe, like maybe up against a cliff or something, so we have like one of our backs thing. Yeah,
go ahead and make a perception check for me then.
Okay. Looks like we're gonna be in a terrible spot tonight. 7.
Okay. Yeah, as you're looking, you started looking a little bit too late into the walk, I would say, and it's getting a little harder to see some of the things as the golden hour is fading and it's starting to get a little darker.
DM, I have dark vision.
I don't give two shits what you have. That's not the point.
I will keep this joke running.
Your visibility went from...
You're about to lose all vision.
Your visibility went from being able to see 15 miles on a clear day in every direction, other than the obstruction of the trees, to being able to see 60 feet in front of you. Think about that one a minute.
Nah, rather not. Anyway. Okay, guys, I think we found a spot. It's like covered in like rocks and twigs. Like not comfortable at all.
You do find a small clearing. Looks like it might be. It might have been a spot where some travelers in the past had set up a camp. Though it looks like it's been a little overgrown, and it looks like it may have only been a spot where maybe 2 people had set up camp before. It's space, but it's gonna be cozy because you guys are. You would be propped up against some trees and some rocks, and there is a. I mean, you are still in this marshy type area, so it is still quite damp.
Okay. Well, don't worry, guys. I have an idea. I know this isn't the most ideal situation, but I have an idea. Does anyone have a large tarp?
No.
Like a large piece of cloth or like leather, like 10 foot by 10 foot. No one here's a seamstress.
No.
What's in an explorer's pack? Maybe
It is not
in there.
Okay,
I
cool.
promise you.
Then no.
Okay, Fern, you're good at nature shit, right?
Yeah.
If we were to take this rope that I have, we have a couple trees here. If we tie one along these trees in a lattice pattern, could we lay leaves on top of it? Like these palm leaves, because we're in like a jungle thing. So like big palm leaves, and then like that'll be just a nice covering in case it rains overnight. Of course, we'll have to like either put the fire outside.
I wouldn't call it nice. But it would be a covering.
It would be better than nothing. And like when it comes to cozy, like how cozy this has to be, unfortunately, we like a normal tent, like with a stick and everything, that's too cozy, you know? And then like it would take up more space. So if we just have one big covering, we each get our like section instead of like either cramming in a tent or putting a bunch of tents in one area and like wasting a bunch of space.
As I'm listening to him, my face just shows more and more confusion. I'm just like, okay.
I'm confused, and I'm the DM. I'm seriously trying to figure out what the fuck he's talking about.
I just want to take this hempen rope, tie it to like a couple trees, and just kind of lattice it out. And then put big palm leaves on top of it, so we have a covering. That is all. Like, I'll use vines as well if we need to. Like, if we don't have enough rope.
He wants to make a...
Okay, I know what he's trying to do. All right, make a nature check for me, and if Fern, you wish to help, you can make one as well.
Okay, cool.
Please help me.
Yep.
Because I got...
14 plus 3.
17.
I got an 11.
Yeah, I will say you managed to create actually a relatively decent covering. It's not perfect, but you were able to get enough of like the leaves and some branches and stuff, and like lay it on top, and the rope does not cover everything, and there's a few holes in it, but you did the best that you could with what you were given, and it'll keep, in case it rains, it will keep you all mostly dry.
Okay. Now we'll add a conveyor system with a buck. No, it's gonna be the like Lost on an Island episode.
Shush. I did not even think that this would work. We're not adding anything to it. If anyone believes on it wrong,
so
I'm
now,
scared
as I
to fall
mentioned,
over.
as I tried to mention earlier, there's going to be an issue with the fire. So we're either going to need to make a hole in the center, or we're going to put the fire slightly outside. But it's so hot here, so I don't think that'll be too much of an issue. Anyways.
Yeah, I will say if you're trying to make a fire for warmth, you don't need it.
Yeah, no.
You are not going to need it. Yeah.
And I guess what's the light range of a campfire generally?
I would say it gives you about a 15-foot radius of good light, and then it gives you about 30 feet radius of dim light, and then beyond that, nothing.
Okay. Then, okay. So,
and honestly, I think I'm even being a little generous on that, but
okay. So, we have rations. We don't need to cook them.
Nope.
We don't need heat.
Definitely no.
We can all just rest, and we'll take turns with the people who have better eyesight in the dark, watching guard. Sound good?
I think so.
I think that sounds
Drontius
okay.
goes to sleep.
Motherfucker, just always sleeping.
Okay. Nyx, I know you're exhausted.
I can stay awake, it's fine. She's already, like, taken off, like, the giant coat and has, like, placed it down to make, like, a makeshift bed for herself.
You want to just stay up so you don't have to interrupt your sleep later? Or do you want to...
Yes.
Okay, then you can take first watch. Fern, do you happen to be able to see in the dark?
I don't know actually.
No.
Wait. You can turn into animals. You know what an owl looks like, right?
Yeah, but it only lasts for an hour.
Hey, an hour of good watch is an hour of good watch. So,
Drontius just wakes up for a moment. She's like, "You didn't tell us that when we were trying to make you a mount?"
Because I thought you... Never mind.
it wasn't the most pressing issue. Okay, well, Fern, I'll wake you up early after my shift is done, and you can owl watch
Okay.
for an hour or so. And then, Bryce, how many hours do we have to cover with watch?
8.
And how long is the long rest? 6 hours, right?
8.
Well, I thought it was like 8 hours, but like 2 of those have to can be like free time, and then like 6 have to be sleep.
So a long rest does not have to be sleep.
Okay, cool.
A long rest has to be 8 hours of continuous rest. Traveling does not count.
Okay, does keeping watch count as long rest?
Yes.
Okay, cool. If
no more than 1 minute of combat does not occur. That is not the official ruling, but that is how I rule it. If you go longer than 1 minute of combat, your rest is interrupted.
I don't
Cool.
like that he gave us that stipulation.
Yeah, I don't-
Getting up, slaying a bitch, and then going back to sleep doesn't interrupt the rest at all. You can do that. You can do that in the Betty buys. Like, it doesn't
So
matter.
here's the thing: officially, as it's written in the book, a long rest you cannot be interrupted by combat to any capacity. Hell, if somebody even attempts to interrupt you, like if you have snow dropped on you or something, and you snap awake, that would, in theory, immediately ruin your rest.
Okay.
I'm mean
So-
enough to you guys in other ways.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So we can make it so Nyx, Fern, and I doing watch would spread out.
No.
Oh no.
You need to cover 8 hours of night.
Yes. You said didn't have to be sleep.
You need... None of you are elves.
No.
Okay.
Elves only require 4 hours of meditation.
Yeah.
The other
I'm aware.
races...
Yeah,
Technically...
elves and Warforge. I know.
The other races technically require 8 hours of sleep every night, but you can adjust it to be 6 with no combat.
Cool. Okay. So Nyx, you'll do the first 2 hours. I'll do the 2 hours after that because that's going to be the darkest time. And then Fern, you'll do an hour of owl, an hour of normal. Unless you do it back to back. I don't think you can, though.
I don't think so either.
And then Strontius. I kick him.
Already asleep.
Strontius, it's like, Strontius, kick him. You'll be final watch when the sun's it's barely coming up.
Mhm.
Cool. Okay. Nyx, wake us up if you need anything. We're going to hit the hay, and then you'll be able to get some uninterrupted sleep as soon as you're done with the watch.
Got
Sound cool?
it.
Cool.
I'll be sure to scream if something happens.
Heard. And I'm going to find the nicest moss I can find and just kind of pile it up in one spot. And then put my bedroll
Congratulations.
over it.
Scream.
You get a whole 2 cubic feet of moss.
Nice. I like to use it as a thin sheet of it as those foam pads you get for dorm beds because they suck. Just a really thin one of those.
But you don't even have that much. You
2
you're
cubic feet. I can thin it out.
You're like that kid that is definitely sleeping in the bed of vacation that is not meant for you because your parents only got a house or a house or apartment or whatever room big enough for 10 people.
Well, if I have a
and
bedroll,
you're
that, I'm
the
using
15th.
I'm using my bag as a pillow. The bedroll is fine on me as a place, and then I'm just supporting my back area with moss. I feel
Okay, that's fine.
Gotta make sure I get decent rest. Gotta be in tip-top shape. And also, I like making your life a living hell.
And I want to make you sleep on a rock. Your point?
I just
Hey, man.
noticed something too.
What's up?
So I was looking into it just for funsies just now. Nyx has a burglar pack which has a lantern in it.
Mm-hmm.
Could they use that
Yeah.
instead of the fire since nobody needs the fire, so that can help? Because I think.
Oh wait,
You would only have
Yeah.
a little bit of oil, though. You'd only have a couple hours of oil.
Hey,
that would
well,
help-
we can
that
give
would
it to
help
Fern.
That's what I was about to
Yeah.
say. That would help
Yeah, you
Fern.
could do
And
that.
Strontius.
Yeah.
give them the explorer pack.
But we
Yeah,
have
you could do
I
that.
think we'll have at
Absolutely.
least 3 hours of oil.
But then I also just noticed that there's rations and everything in this bag too. It says, I'm like, fuck, we bought food.
Yeah, you guys do have some food. So,
Yeah, so if you have... Who has all the rations?
I think
You
split
guys
them
each
up
have your
between
own.
everybody. Yeah.
Oh, then I didn't take note of that.
but anyway.
I took away one of my rations regardless. Because I'm just gonna get some hardtack. Go to sleep.
As rest finds many of you in the evening, and the sun begins to set, and the darkness closes on in, Nyx, perception check with disadvantage, as you do not have dark vision.
I do have dark vision.
Oh, you do?
I do have dark vision.
Then perception check.
Thank you. Is it still a disadvantage though? Because of exhaustion level.
Yep.
Fuck. Okay. it's
Bravo.
fine.
Proud of you.
Very proud.
Thanks. 14.
14. You hear the wind blow kind of quietly. The branches and the trees rustle. The darkness surrounds you, and you hear the nightlife, the crickets, and the other insects chirp and hum. And you hear a couple monkeys and owls off in the distance. But nothing comes to you during your watch. Is there anything you would like to do during your watch?
I just picture like Nyx like leaning against a tree, like snapping like some twigs and just tossing it, just trying to like stay awake in the darkness because she is exhausted.
Just throwing them at Tythos.
I was surprised you didn't specify that.
You know what? Yeah, she's like breaking apart like little twigs and just like tossing it at Tythos, trying to make it like land. Like I just pictured Tythos
Trying to like get it in his mouth, like
I was about to say you're throwing with like your mouth open and she's trying. No, nothing other than that really. Just her just sitting there trying to stay awake because she is exhausted from the day.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright. Is that all you do on your watch?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
she says with
Yeah.
uncertainty.
Is there something I'm supposed to do?
not necessarily.
Alright.
There's not necessarily anything you need to do.
Can one like to wake up Tythos like land in his mouth?
Yeah, I'll say,
You
yeah.
better make her roll for that. Better
No,
roll.
no. I'm not, because that's funny as shit.
What the fuck?
I like to imagine that Bryce just said, I could make that a chance. Or not. And then immediately as he said that, Cole just like started choking on air.
Yep.
Just like I not even in character, just like Cole just sitting at his desk, just Bryce has the force.
Man,
Accurate.
It's my power.
I must be sleeping under a hole or something because there's twigs have fallen in or something.
Yeah, it was weird, really. I'm going to bed.
Okay.
Good night.
Yep. I like slap myself awake, drink some water from my water skin. It's kind of. And I just
Tythos.
watch. Yes.
Perception check.
Could be like 2.
Shut up. Fuck you. It's a 12.
Is there anything you'd like to do on your watch?
Other than just continuing to transcribe, specifically since we talked about earlier, the monologue regarding my family history,
Okay.
even going before my lifetime, if
Okay.
there was anything about that.
Yeah, there definitely was. Yep.
Cool. So yeah, no. I just have, I guess since I have dark vision, I can just write in the dark. So that's nice.
Yeah.
I don't need a lantern or anything. So.
Yeah. So you keep writing. Same thing for you. You hear the owls and the trees and the monkeys. It's a little later in the evening.
I hope so.
Nothing comes.
Cool.
So, what next?
Well, I'm just kind of like keeping track of the time in my own head, I guess, like just assuming. And I'm roughly about 2 hours in. I'm like, well, that was fun. And I get up and just kind of like, I guess I have to like crouch down to get like at least underneath the barrier. I don't think we put it up too high.
Yeah.
And just kind of like half crawl or like just like whatnot over to Fern and just kind of like softly tap on Fern's shoulder as to try not to startle them. Because I do realize that I do look like a bit like a demon in some respects. So I'm like, tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap.
You look like a sleep paralysis demon. Hello.
You know, not the worst insult I've ever been given. It's your watch.
Okay, well, sweet.
I think Nick's mentioned a lantern if you need that after you're doing owl stuff.
I think I have some torches in my bag.
Okay. I mean, the lantern would just be more efficient if you want that, but like, you do you,
Okay,
honestly.
I'll grab that then.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a good night.
And then I don't know how wild shape works.
It's okay. I first need you to make a perception check for me.
Sweet. 8 plus 4. So this is gonna be great for
A
me.
12.
12. Yeah.
All right. I need everybody in the
12,
party
getting-
to deafen except for Fern.
Oh,
God damn it. God fucking damn it.
Hello.
Hello. Fern. Though you, Fruit, don't know how Wild Shape works. Wild Shape works is you can just expend one of your Wild Shape slots. Essentially, you get a certain number a day based off of, I believe it's your Wisdom modifier and your level, but I don't remember all the details of it. But you can expend your Wild Shape slots to transform into a creature depending on the CR, the challenge rating. And that's dependent on your level. What you can do is 1/4. 1/4 challenge rating. So anything with a 1/4 challenge rating that you're familiar with, you can transform into and gain as properties. Something like an owl or a bird or a fox or something of that nature.
Since I rolled so low, I'm kind of scared to shift into one now because I feel like that would make me an easier target if something happens to me.
Well, that's not the thing.
Okay.
The perception check is a general perception check that's done over the course of the night.
Mhm.
Over the course of your watch. And I had you roll it initially because you knew the plan, and your plan was to wild shape so that you could take on the being of an owl or some other creature with night vision. And you, Fern, know how to do this. You've done it before. And it doesn't work.
Oh.
You just hear in the wind, choose.
What?
And that's all you hear.
Can I look around to see if there's anyone near me?
And with that perception check of 12 that you made,
That's fair. Never mind.
you look around and you don't see anyone.
Yeah. Well, that's concerning. Alright, I'll write that down in my journal then, I guess.
Okay.
Because it can't shift now. Yeah. Fern just starts writing in her journal. That's what.
All right.
That's she'll do to pass the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing comes to you the rest of your watch. And you are all good.
Well, that was startling.
I'm awake now.
Well, you're not awake, but
You said wake up.
Wakey, the eggs are bakey.
you're not actually awake yet, but it was
Okay.
more the DM, or
Snort.
the message was, wake up as in you can undeafen.
Wake up. Grab a bush and put a little makeup.
So is this when I go to get
You want to?
Strong Boy?
Frontius, yes, this is when you go get
Okay.
Strong Boy.
Okay, I'll just walk over and I'll like poke his cheek. Like, hello. Strong Boy, wake up.
Then just whips up and almost grabs Fern.
What's with you and grabbing people? Jesus.
What's up?
Hi. It's your turn.
Ah, okay.
Be careful. I heard a thing.
All right.
Yeah. Anyways, good night. And I just run back to where I was sleeping.
That's
Frontius.
strange, but all right.
Strontius, make a perception check for me. And I would say you don't have to make this a disadvantage, as for a little bit it's going to be dark, but for the remainder of it, it is
Whatever.
You're gonna get some light.
I'm not gonna see whatever it was though. I rolled an 11.
11. Okay. Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to do during your watch? The sun, I will say, starts to rise about an hour into your watch.
Make some general, quality of life repairs on my armor, Chill around for a second, absorb the light. Like, look at the weather, study the weather for the morning.
Yeah, it's hot. Very hot, very humid. With an 11 and being in the jungle, it's a little more difficult to gather what the weather's going to be like for the day. But you do enough. You gather enough.
Can I make a insight check?
Yeah. What are you doing this for?
Fern told me that she heard a thing, so I'd like to infer what that would be. Would that fall under insight?
That would be a... Yeah, give me an insight check at disadvantage, as you were just waking up and it was very quick.
How do you do it with disadvantage again?
So you just do the same roll, but just type DIS at the end.
In parentheses or anything?
Nope, just DIS. So
Aw.
9. I don't know. She heard something.
Okay.
Could have been a twig. Could have been, like a branch snapping. Could have been one of the monkeys just, screaming, because that's what monkeys do. Yeah, sure.
Can I use detect magic?
Yeah, absolutely. And as you cast it, nothing but you all. Same hazy feeling from before, but nothing out of the ordinary.
I guess before we wake up, I'll do a quick nature check.
Okay. And what are you doing with this
At
nature
with
check?
advantage. Just examining nature.
But that's not.
Yeah, just make a nature check. It's not at advantage or disadvantage. Just a straight nature check, just to kind of see what you
that
can
one I
glean
do
from
so
the day.
good on. I'm gonna know all the plants.
With a 22 on the nature check, I'll say you're able to glean that today is probably going to be, at least in the jungle, probably a bit more of a humid day, and it will probably rain at some point. You're not sure when. Though the last hour you can see the golden color come through the branches and come through the canopy around you. you can feel that the air is more damp than it was before, and it's not because of the morning dew or anything like that. It is because rain is probably coming.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what you're able to glean.
Okay. Okay.
Excuse me. But your watch comes to a close, and as you all slowly begin to wake up, it's morning. You have about 4 days of travel left. You all gain a long rest. You all heal back up to full. Any conditions that you may have had that were based off of daily parameters like exhaustion are removed. You gain.
Yeah!
You regain half of your hit dice if any were expended, though none were. All of your spell slots come back to full. And any abilities are refreshed. You may also re-prepare your spells. And with that, the day is yours.
Oh boy, I can't wait to replace Cure Wounds with Cure Wounds.
Cure wounds moment.
Spell I have that's not a cantrip.
I slept on the grass in the fucking, like, woods, but I feel great.
Hey, told you. Perfect
Fern.
canopy.
What?
What was that thing you heard last night? You mentioned you heard a thing.
I don't know. It was a
Well-
voice in the winds again. That happens sometimes.
You know what?
You just hear voices?
Like in the wind. Sometimes.
Gotta be honest,
Because
not
of
the
the
weirdest
storm
thing I've
thing.
heard.
Because of the storm. It happened because of the storm thing. I figured it was related to the storm. Never mind. Anyway,
I mean-
leave it alone.
Fern was literally being hunted by weird shadowy creatures. I
Thank
honestly
you.
expect nothing less. No offense.
Yeah, that checks out.
Anyway, I like
Alright, whatever.
I like walk over to like where the canopy rope, like after we've like packed up everything, like before we leave, I get my sword where like, and like where the rope is like finally tied up and like keeps the lattice somewhat together. I just chop right at the knot and just let it all fall.
Great, you have ruined your rope, dipshit.
I cut the end of it. What do you mean I ruined it? Now I just have 2 ropes. I don't see the issue.
Uh-huh.
Double the rope!
See? I get 2 ropes now.
Got two
Anyway.
ropes.
Do you want me to
That's
roll to
it.
see if the ropes are
No, just
maintained?
no, it's fine.
Okay, so if I tied it in a knot, it would be like a 45 and a 5 foot, something like that. We'll keep it
What
as
would you like to
collective.
do for your day?
Walk.
All right.
Unless someone else has any other suggestions. Does anyone have any suggestions other than walking? Good. Onwards.
Okay. So, is there anything else you guys would like to do on your travels?
Other than other than scribing, I got nothing.
Athos is going to be transcribing and scribing. Next.
And like when it's like, and if I'm not doing that, I'm like messing with my like cantrips and like the cure wounds I have, and
Right.
just kind of like figuring it out.
Okay. Nyx,
Yee.
anything you would like to do?
Like, as we're walking?
Yeah, you have 4 days, so anything you would like to do over the span of these 4 days.
Well, didn't you say that there's, like, the Bardic crossing that leads to, like, other towns?
There are some crossings that you will come to. Those are not the Bardic crossings, but those are just roads that take you towards other towns. That will add at least another 2 days to your travel if you go to even one of them.
Gotcha. Okay, so none of those.
And just as a side note, at very least, Tythos would not agree to that. We can't be late for Riken, or else it'll be my ass. Like only half sarcastically.
But is there anything you would like to do, Nyx?
Nothing I can think of at the moment then.
Okay. Fern, anything you would like to do over the course of the next 4 days while you're traveling?
I'll just be journaling and collecting flowers.
Fair enough.
I like to imagine you do the thing with like where you just leave a flower in a book for like a really long time,
Fair enough.
but you just like every page is a different flower. You just keep doing it.
Surviving.
Strontius,
Mm-hmm.
anything you would like to do over the next 4 days while you're traveling?
Should walk.
Just walk?
We need to get there.
All right. Then I'm going to do this a little differently than some do. You can expedite travel in D&D. The reason why I did not expedite the first day is just to make sure you all did anything that you needed or wanted to do. And as well as that, one of you was currently on one level of exhaustion that was not going to go away. So your travel was going to be different. You are no longer on exhaustion, none of you. So, I would like somebody in the party to roll a D100 for me.
I'll do
4
it.
times, or you each can roll one D100.
And let's each roll one, because I want to
there's
roll a
4 of us.
D100.
Is
I
that
never
the
get a
funny-
chance to do this.
Is that the funny looking dice?
It's
No,
the
it-
two
Has the double
D10s.
duo?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so,
Can I add
so,
anything?
so when you roll, nope, just a D100. So when you roll a D100, you take the
Can I
D10.
do it again?
What? No. What? What the fuck? Okay, so when you roll a D100, for Haley and for you roll the D10 that has the 2 numbers on it, and you roll the D10 that only has the 1 number on each side. You roll both of those at the same time, and then whatever the numbers are, just tell me and I'll tell you what it is.
Tom's just rolling over and
I-
over and over again.
I don't like it.
Tom, what did you roll?
I rolled a 31, and then I tried again, and I got
31.
a 44, and then I tried again, and I got a 24.
Okay, so a 31.
Sorry.
This
Yeah,
thing
and-
doesn't like me.
You said which 2 dice? I'm sorry.
The two
So-
D10s.
The D10s. They are, they're kind of like, so they are more of your, like, I don't know how to describe them.
You know what? I'm just gonna do it in the bot.
Yeah, you
Fuck
can just roll it in the bot. Just roll one D100 for me in the bot. An 81
I rolled a
from
66, by the way.
66. Cool.
The bot likes me. I don't know why I don't use it.
Hmm.
Like that, right?
What the hell?
It's fine. If I knew how to actually roll the dice, I would have, but it's fine.
Your first day. Travel is fine. Everything is calm. And rain does come partway through the day. But nothing happens. The second day. The rain persists. But nothing happens. The third day, the rain has subsided. But nothing happens. The fourth day is clear, and you are approaching the city.
Rains it pours.
You know you are approaching the city. But something happens this day.
Okay, who rolled for the last day?
Hi.
Need everyone to make a perception check for me.
Yes, sir, DM, sir.
Don't fail me now, little bot. You failed me!
21.
8.
10.
I don't like this game anymore.
This is female skewed.
What was,
This
what
is the
was
sexy
Boots?
spot.
17 plus 3, so 21.
Ha! Shit, my phone, sorry. Nothing happened, don't worry about it.
In the land of D&D, males don't have eyes. It is all females.
The female gaze.
This is
Goodness.
just furthering the men dumb stereotype.
Hee
On the fourth day, as you all are traveling, well, I guess it would be the fifth day of travel. On the fifth day of traveling, you all are walking. Strontius, Typhus, you don't notice it, and you keep going.
You trip over a knot in the thing and die. The end.
Fern, Nyx,
Oh.
strange cold wind blows past both of you.
What the fuck was that?
Huh?
You didn't feel that wind?
No.
I mean, it's humid.
No, that was cold.
I mean,
It felt nice.
a lot of things feel cold to me, but like here, it's just kind of what you might call room temperature. Demon
Fern,
blood
did
does that to you.
Fern,
I
did
felt
you feel that?
Yeah. Did you hear anything with it?
Do I?
Was I?
You don't.
Okay. No, but when the voice is speaking to you again.
No.
Yes.
Oh.
God damn it.
Never mind. I'll show myself right now.
Now we
God
have to-
says yes.
Fern is the main character of this campaign. I promise you.
I am. I'm.
And it's the same
I already had
word.
Oh.
And as this wind blows past you and behind you, you hear the wind swirl. And on the path behind you,
You and I swoosh.
there will be no map for this combat encounter,
Oh.
but 4 shades. 4 of these shadowy figures from before seep out of the shadows from the trees and in the path. Bright red eyes.
Fuck. Hold on, let me get my initiative
Wait.
roll up.
I
Wait,
need
do
you
Strauss
all
get
to
to
roll
nice-
for initiative.
It's like I was like, do we see? It's like, do we get any disadvantages for not seeing it originally?
Strontius and Tythos, in fact, do have disadvantage because you are not aware of
Roll
this.
20! Come on! I'm sitting
Okay,
here
so I
celebrating
got
'cause I
a
rolled a
3
20
with
and
the
he
natural
said-
1, but I don't think natural 1 matters with initiative.
Fuck you, Bryce.
A natural 1 on initiative does in fact matter.
Oh, well, fuck it. I got a 3. What do you want from me?
On a
I
natural...
got a 14.
Alright, let's see. So,
I got 14 as well.
motherfuckers, hold on.
I had a 20, but Bryce said disadvantage, and I was like,
Ow.
Alright, that's...
Got it
oof.
good.
19 plus 3.
Wait, we add something? Wait, I'm stupid.
Yeah, you add your initiative up at the top.
Oh! 18! Woo!
Alright, so 25 to 20. Was that Fern with a,
19 plus 3.
Yeah, so 22. Okay.
Yay.
Alright. Let's go with a 15 to 20.
Haha, 18.
18. Okay. Okay. And 15 to 10. Okay.
Tom,
10.
did you say you got 14?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that would be you then.
Oh, fuck. He said, yeah.
Okay.
You're welcome.
10 to 5. No one. And Tythos.
Then there's Cole.
Was this how it went last time too?
Something like this.
I think
yeah.
this is how initiative went last
Shut
time
up.
as well.
Shut up.
As a matter of fact, it did not. It did not.
I just remembered Tythos was last.
Tythos
That's
was
not
in fact
saying a lot.
last, and Fern was first. But
Do you have a cute little visual for us?
I do not have a visual for you guys, as this one is going to be Theater of the Mind. Because it is just, you are in an open wide enough clearing. The road is about 30 feet wide to begin with, and you're just in the road. The combat is taking place on this road in this opening, so I'm not gonna deal with that stuff. The creatures are about 20 feet behind you or so. So they are all within your spell range, and if you need to close the gap, you can do that within a turn. However, because of Tythos's critical failure on the initiative,
Aye.
Tythos, you didn't feel the cold at first. And when you hear Fern and Nyx both, like, kind of make remarks, hey, there's something happening, you feel this cold clench into your chest. You are going to lose 1 turn of combat. You will not make a move on this turn. You are considered stunned.
Oh no. Whoa.
So, with all that
Dice
being
roll.
said, Fern! Top of
Okay.
the round. There are
All
4 creatures out on the path behind you. These shadowy, wispy creatures with red eyes. You don't know what they are. They are not physical forms.
But they look like the ones that was with like the shifter guy, right?
Yes,
okay.
they do.
So I know what they are, but I don't know what they are.
Yep.
Kind of.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. I'll cast Fairy Fire and then I'll yell at them. What do you want? What's this choose shit? What do you want from me? And then I'll cast Fire.
You'll cast Fairy Fire.
Yeah.
All right.
I am upset. What do they want?
Pass. Fail. So, one and
Whichever one is closest to me.
okay. Yeah. So it failed on its check. So it does take this sparkling. It does take on the sparkling visage of gold, and it is lit up. And its next strike against it will be at advantage. And that would be kind of like the one on the left.
Okay.
Is that your turn then?
Yep.
Nyx,
Hello.
it's your turn. The one on the left is glowing. The rest are wispy dancing, having a great time.
Wispy dancing boys.
Wispy dancing boys.
Alright.
If you want an idea or like a visual of what these things are kind of like, think like Heartless from Kingdom Hearts, but with red eyes instead of yellow, and more shadowy.
The way I was describing it when I was like telling my dad about it was I said they're like the fucking I can't think of the name. The little like ghosty evil guys in Harry Potter.
That's what I was thinking. too.
Dementors.
Oh, the
Dementors.
Dementors?
Yes. Dementors.
No, that's
Yeah.
not.
That's how I was describing them. That's what the little figure looked like in this first session.
I didn't have. Look. I'm limited by the resources I got. All right, Tom was a fucking astronaut.
That's how I was explaining it. That's just how I picture them. Question.
Yes.
Because I don't have any like magical shit.
Yeah.
These are the guys that if you get in the range and then out of the range, they attack you, right?
All of them
they-
do that.
Everything does that.
Okay,
Everything in combat
cool.
does that.
Can you tell I've done combat more than once?
No, actually.
Thank you. Second question, because I'm
Yeah.
still learning the whole fighting as
Yeah.
what like with my right.
Yeah.
Does that because it's storm, which is lightning?
Yeah.
Is that more of an advantage, and how would I use that? Because I'm still a little unsure.
Yep. So to invoke your right, you have to. It's a bonus action to invoke your right, correct? Typhus?
Yes.
Yeah. So you invoke your right with a bonus action, and then what that does is it takes up your bonus action, but then you can deal additional lightning damage then on your turn. If you land your strike, you can then. You can't amplify at your level, can you?
Okay, so are you talking about Crimson Right?
Yes.
Or are you talking about Blood Maledict?
Crimson right.
Hold on.
Crimson Right has nothing to do with curses.
Okay. Yep. So then you just activate it as a bonus action, and then
it lasts the entire day.
yeah, it'll last the entire day.
Dope. So how does one?
So you take
activate
1d4 damage,
that? Okay.
and then you just
You
take
invoke
that
your
outright.
right. Yep.
Yep, which is basically the equivalent when Tythos like ran the sword across his arm
Yeah.
and like imbued it with blood, and
So I
then
would take
and
that
then every
damage.
attack that you land when you do damage, you add an extra 1d4 of your chosen right, which I think you said lightning. I'm
Yep.
cold, so you're like
Which is
and you're
storm.
Yep.
Yee.
Yeah.
Yep. So if you want to invoke your right, it'll take your bonus action, and then you use 1d4, and you'll take that damage. So is that what you'd like to do?
Would that also? So that would take my bonus action of like, because I have the 2 daggers, like the 2 weapon fighting styles. Is that? That means I would only strike once. I'm assuming then.
Yes, you
When
could only
before I
strike
didn't-
once. Yep.
Yeah, I'll do that because I remember these guys were a little tougher last
Okay.
time.
Yep. So go ahead and roll 1d4 and take that damage, whatever that is. Let me know what it is as well.
2.
2. Okay, so mark 2 points off of your current hit points as you take 2 points of damage. And what you do is you do draw both of your daggers. You know you're going to draw both of your daggers. And unlike Tythos, where he would draw his blades across his arms, when you draw them from your belt, almost, it's
I
like
picture
you-
her actually having them like in her boots.
like
Take
on her
longer on
boots.
your
That
turn,
works.
please. Take a little longer on your turn. We're having a water issue in my apartment.
Oh,
Oh,
dope.
shit.
Yeah. I picked so like how Tythos does. So she like when she like goes to sheath them, she like slices like her legs or something, or because it sounded like that's what you're going to say.
Yeah, as you draw it, rather than slicing it against your arms, you drag the point of the blade up your leg. It's the same thing that Killix did, and the way that he taught you to do it. You drag this blade up your leg, and the blood doesn't pull out; it pulls into the blade, and you hear a small crack of thunder as your blade imbues with this sparking lightning.
Sorry, this is so cool. I haven't gotten to do this yet.
Mhm.
This is so cool.
You're doing so well.
20 feet. I can easily like.
You can
run that
easily close
the
that
same
gap.
in the same turn and
Yeah,
strike, right?
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. So,
So-
are you closing the gap to the one that is fairy fired?
Yeah. So Nyx notices the one that's like lit up already and goes,
Yep.
"Okay, got it." And she goes to like strike it,
Yeah, go ahead and roll an attack for me with advantage.
and that'd be the D20, right?
Yep, that's a d20 plus your attack modifier.
What'd my attack modifier be?
So your attack modifier is on your character sheet right next to your weapon. It's your attack bonus.
Oh, plus. Okay. Attack. Oh, okay, cool. I don't think
Yeah.
I did that last time. To be fair,
That's fine.
so 19.
A 19 total? Yeah, absolutely. You hit. Go ahead and roll your damage then. It's 1d4 plus your dexterity, and then another d4 lightning damage.
Okay. So that first one was 7
Okay.
and 2.
7 and 2, so 9 points of damage on that first strike.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so what you do is you slice through this creature with your dagger, and as you do, you bring it up, and as the like lightning passes through this creature, it cracks, and you see the entire creature kind of light up and just real quick. It doesn't dissipate, but it is looking weaker than it was previously. I believe that is everything you can do on your turn.
Yes.
All right.
Good timing.
Yeah, look at us go!
Did you get your water issue fixed? Please say yes.
I think.
Good.
Also, that's cool that we got to do it like episode 3 because we haven't revealed that yet. So that's a cool.
Yeah. So with that, that is the end of your turn. It is now the enemy's turn. As 2 of them swarm to you, Nyx.
God damn it.
The other 2 go right to Fern. The first 2 are going to make a strike against Nyx. First one misses its first one misses its strike. The second one, motherfucker, also misses its strike. A 14. A 14.
Yeah, mine's 15.
Yep.
So it misses.
So they miss their strikes. But they are surrounding you. Fern, the other 2 are going to strike at you as they dash right up to you. That is going to be double natural 17s, because they have advantage. So a 21 to hit, I assume. Fern?
I'm thinking. I don't.
Your AC is not 21.
Yeah. So
If
am I
it
on the
was, I'd
ground?
call-
Am I gone? Am I?
No.
We haven't rolled
That's
damage yet.
yeah, they haven't rolled damage
Okay.
yet. And then I don't think an 11 will hit you, correct? Will an 11 hit? No.
Okay.
No, your AC is higher than that. So,
Okay.
you
Sorry,
are.
I'm very confused.
Nope, you're fine. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You are going to take. Yeah, you're just gonna take 3 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
As the one reaches into your chest, and like it's like shadowy hand just morphs into your body and squeezes, and you just feel this deep cold just penetrate and just carry through you. You take 3 points of damage, like I said, and your strength is also reduced by 3.
Okay.
Other than that, that is going to be their turns. Strontius.
Okay. So these 2, are the creatures all within like a 20-foot radius? Or 20-foot diameter, excuse me.
Two of them are, yes.
Okay.
Because they've
Strontius
split up now and
is-
have 2 different targets.
Yeah. Strontius looks at them, points at them, and uses Magnify Gravity.
Oh, okay. And that's a saving throw, correct?
That's a con saving throw.
Con save. Got it. Let me get my dice out. And just 2 of them have to make that throw, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. The first one, natural 20.
Okay, yeah, they save.
Second one is a 4.
All right, so one takes 2d8, the other takes 1d8.
One takes 2d8, one takes 1d8.
Yeah. Unless you want to do something because it got a nat 20.
Yeah, that one's going to take no damage.
Okay.
But go ahead and roll the damage on that then. So it'll take 2d8 points of... What type of damage is this?
Force.
Force damage, got it. 18. Not bad. Yeah, the one that is... one of the ones that's attacking Fern, it's on the inside. And I say inside, meaning the one that's attacking Fern closest to Nyx is immediately pulled and sundered apart by this well of gravity that just forces it to dissipate. You completely destroy the one of them.
Sorry,
Okay.
don't mean to be a stickler. I just want to make sure that I've been doing my stuff right too.
Mhm.
So that's an 18, but that was with advantage. So would it be the 8 plus 5 and not like? I'm
Nope.
not trying to be like an asshole and be like, oh, it's 13 because I
No,
have
no, no.
adding
That's
my
no,
two
no, no. That's
together.
no. That was correct. The way that he did it, because he didn't roll at advantage. He rolled 2d8. You rolled.
Oh, okay.
You were rolling with advantage. You only take one. There's differences there, and I have added the
Okay, I wasn't
numbers.
sure.
Yeah, I've added the numbers right, and I've checked your rolls as well. So you're like the ones you've done in Discord. So you're good.
Okay.
And when you told me the last time as well, I made sure I added everything correct. So you're good there. That spell does do 2d8, so he was correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't
Yep.
trying to be an asshole. I just
No,
wanted
no.
to make sure I was doing my stuff.
You're
right.
valid. We
No,
love
you're
you.
good. You're valid. We love you. Yes. No, you're plenty fine. But yeah, that you destroy the one.
That was it. Sorry. Plenty fine.
Plenty fine. Oh my gosh, that was what I said. Holy shit. Wow.
Oh my
Wow.
god. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's just in my
listening in.
vocab. Like that's just something I say. Holy shit.
For those listening in, we had a conversation that he said something super pencil tucky the other day, and I couldn't remember what it was, but that was it.
Wait, what was it?
Plenty fine.
Plenty fine.
Oh yeah. I can second this. I can second this.
Damn.
Just adding to that conversation, since I was there for that, you said that you thought it started with a D. There is
Yeah.
no D.
Yeah.
With an extra leg. Without the extra leg, it's fine. I deal with that. With that.
Strontius, is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
All right. With that, Tythos, you did lose your round of combat,
Yes.
but the stun has worn off. You are no longer stunned,
Yeah.
and you kind of you take a breath. You're like, oh shit. And you
God
turn
damn.
around and see kind of what's happening. You're like, oh shit. But with that, top of the round, 6 seconds have passed. Anybody concentrating on a spell, make sure you mark that off. With that, Fern, you are back up. You are no longer surrounded, but there is a creature one right in front of you.
Okay. I'll use primal savagery on it then.
You're going to use primal savagery. All right, go ahead and make a melee spell attack for me, please.
Okay. I don't remember how to do that. Is it
Yep.
D10?
D20.
D20. Okay.
Yep, roll your D20, and then you're going to add your spell attack modifier for me.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good.
14 plus 6, so 20.
Yeah, you definitely hit. So go ahead and roll your damage now for primal savagery. I don't remember what.
I think that was the D10.
I think that's D10.
Yeah.
Yep, that is 1d10 acid damage. So go ahead and roll 1d10.
2.
2. Okay. Yep. So you throw your hands down just like you did the last time, and these acid fangs just form on the tips of your fingers as you return the grasp into them and rip out some of this smoke. It doesn't do as much damage as you thought it was going to, but you can still tell it hit.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right, Nyx, you are back up.
Woo. And like you said, right, still invoked, right? Like it's the whole fight. It'll be
Yep,
invoked.
the whole fight.
Okay, cool. Am I still surrounded by the two fellas?
Yes, you are still surrounded by two of them. One of them looks a little bit dissipated.
And that was the one I focused on.
Yep.
Okay.
But this turn, you can use your action and your bonus action to attack.
Dope. So with that, could I then like go to use like one dagger on the one that's like more dissipated, and then like turn and hit the other one, trying to like just do any sort of damage to like help myself out of that situation?
Yeah, go ahead and make your first strike. See what happens. I'll say. And this is with the dagger that has the right invoked. Yes.
Alright, and that's the D4.
Nope, D20.
D20. Okay.
Yep, you have to roll to hit first, and then you do your damage.
Okay. Cool. 4.
4. Yeah. Plus your spell attack, or plus not your spell attack, plus your attack bonus.
Plus the attack bonus, so 10.
Yeah, that doesn't hit.
I didn't think it would even with that. Love that.
You still have your second attack though.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and make your attack with 2-weapon fighting.
12.
12 does hit. Which one are you striking? The one you hit before, or?
You know what? Let's try to get rid of the motherfucker who's dissipated.
All right, go ahead and roll your damage 1d4 plus your modifier.
Which would be dexterity, right?
Yep. So 1d4 plus 3, or plus 3, I think, right? Or is it plus 4?
Dexterity is plus 4.
Okay, so 1d4 plus 4.
So 6.
6 points of damage. Not bad. You miss the first strike, and the lightning crackles wide, and then you bring the other dagger down and cut through it. It nearly fades from existence, but it's hanging on by a thread.
Getting there. Slowly but surely.
Yep. And
I will end my turn
with
then.
that, those two are going to immediately strike at you. Since they're flanking, they do have advantage. That first one is going to be a 17 to hit, and the second is going to be a 19 to hit.
Motherfucker.
So you are going to take. Where did I put my die? Where did it go? There it is. On the first strike, you are going to take 4 points of necrotic damage, and your strength is going to be reduced by 4.
Oh, cool. Love that for me. It's not like I had any strength anyways.
On the second strike, you are going to take, what is that? 2 points of necrotic damage, and your strength is going to be reduced by 2.
And I would go in with the 9 is to just remove and make it 7, I'm assuming, right?
You took 6 points, so it would be, and it was a 9?
Yeah.
So it would be 3.
Cool. Love that for me! Cool! And then that's 6 points of, like, hit points. So...
Yeah, you take 6 hit points of damage.
Love that. Okay.
Fern, I see you're muted. So I assume.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. No, you're good. You're good. They are going. The one that is still attacking you is still going to strike at you.
Mm-hmm.
And that is going to miss with an 8. But that's going to be the creature's turns. Strontius, you are now up.
Uh-huh. Okay, so seeing that worked, Strontius is going to can I do that? Wait, I need to look this up. How many are left?
3. And one of them is really weak.
One of them is really weak. I'm going to Magic Missile.
That's a smart choice.
Ayo!
Alright.
How many bolts of Magic Missile do you have? I think it's just
3.
3?
Yep, you get 3 of them.
Cool. Where do you send these bolts?
Actually, wait, I can cast this at... No, I can't cast this at second level, can I? I can only cast it at first.
Just at first,
Yeah.
yep.
1 to each.
1 to each of the remaining? Okay, I'm not even going to have you roll for the 1 because it was at 1 hit point.
Damn it! So close.
So you do strike that one down, one of the ones that's attacking Nyx, and then roll the other d4 for me.
At least you guys have done something.
So 3.
Oh, +5 for each because of my spell attack bonus.
Sigh.
So
it'd be 8.
yeah, so 8 points. No, it's just 1d4 plus 1.
It doesn't get my spell attack bonus?
No, it's 1d4 plus 1, so it would be 4.
Oh. You're right, it is 1d4 plus 1, but yeah.
Yeah, and then roll the other one. And
Nice!
5. Awesome. Yeah. So yeah, you strike the other 2 bolts of energy, just dash forward and strike out towards the remaining 2, as the first one just sends that one into just disarray and sunders it. The other 2 strike, and the other 2 land. Is that your turn then, Tythos? Or not Tythos, Strontius. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I wish I had a turn.
Yes.
Hey, Tythos! It's your turn, buddy.
Yay!
You got
So-
this.
There's 2 left?
There's 2 left, yes. And both of them still look pretty healthy.
Okay. So, now that I am out of my stupor, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
I grab the curved hilt of my blade,
Okay.
and I just pull it out.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how I would do it. I pull it out and slide it across, like, the inner part of my elbow,
Yeah. Okay.
and just in one fluid movement.
Okay.
And I kind of... I point in front of me almost like a dueling stance.
Okay.
I have blood maledict, so I have to take the d4
Yep.
damage real quick. Hey, only take 1 damage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna slash at whichever one would be closer at me.
It'd be the one closest to Fern now.
Yeah, so I slash at that one.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack.
Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Natural 1.
Oh, God.
Bestie.
I'm gonna drink this mead some more.
Oh, goodness.
Ah, that's good self-hatred.
All right.
Makes anyone feel better? It was a 5 when you had my...
Roll a... Roll a d20 for me. And before you tell me, add no modifiers. On a 10 or above, it hits Fern. On a 1 to a 9, it hits you. So what's that number? What is that number?
It was a 10.
Roll your strike with your amplified damage.
Oh.
You're a
Typhus?
mean DM. You're a mean DM.
Typhus?
This is gonna take a lot of moral repairing.
My boy just gets a nat 20.
Well, it's a good thing that I'm shit at rolling because I just rolled 2 1s. So that was a total of 6 damage.
So you
I did a lot of damage.
you shake from your state and you draw your blade. You draw it across the inside of your arm, and the blood pulls into the blade, and you see the blade then just get covered in this thick ice. As the blade freezes over.
Yeah, 1 of damage of that is ice.
As this blade freezes over, and you go to strike, and as you go to strike at this one shade, it almost is like it knows you're coming, and it fades out of existence and appears on the other side of Fern, and your blade is already slashing through her chest.
So everyone's okay. So for context, it was obvious that it tricked me.
Yeah, you still struck your friend.
Well, I understand that, but it was obvious that that was not the intended target. I wasn't secretly trying to get a slash at Fern.
So Fern, you take 6 points of damage.
Sweet.
Well, that was my bonus action to do this. Yeah, okay.
Top of the round, 6 seconds have passed.
You just see me like...
Any spells you may be concentrating, mark them down. Fern, you were just struck by your ally.
Bad man. You're a bad man.
And there are still 2 creatures alive in front of you. And you just hear in the wind, choose now.
Choose what?
I'm not gonna have a game.
Sorry, I'm still trying to do basic subtraction. I don't know math.
Oh.
It's okay, it's okay. What was your hit points before that? Yeah, what was your hit points before that? 14, so you were at 8.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I didn't
Yep.
trust myself. Okay.
Yep.
To be fair, I pulled out my calculator.
Also, Tythos, I thought to myself when I was fixing up my spells today, you know what? We have 2 healers. I don't need healing words or cure wounds.
I have cure wounds. I have cure wounds. You're gonna be fine.
Okay.
She would have been better if you didn't hit her.
I was tricked.
Okay, so I saw this thing disappear and reappear in front of me.
Yeah,
So Entangle, I don't think is going to work on this guy.
you can probably assume not, no.
Okay. I have nothing else that would be useful in this situation, I feel. Unless I could do Primal Savagery again.
You can?
Okay, I'll do that.
Go for it. Roll a spell attack against it.
And then I slash at Tytho. And it just becomes Fern was the big bad the entire time.
So it's a d20 plus my spell attack bonus.
Yeah.
So 7 plus 6. 13.
13.
I'm doing great, guys.
A 13 does hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
We're only at level
1d10.
You don't have to worry too much about it. I mean, worry, but like...
2.
2. Another 2 points of damage on the Primal Savagery. Awesome.
Yay!
Beautiful.
Oh, that's not the right number.
That gets buffed later on, yeah?
Primal Savagery? You can upcast it, yes.
Ah, okay, cool.
Yeah, same thing. Your these fangs of acid just stay in your hands as you slash at it a couple times. It's starting to dissipate a little bit as you slash into it. But for now, it still stands.
Sweet. Something I forgot to ask like several rounds ago. Is Elm with me at the moment?
No.
I feel like Elm might... Oh! Interesting. That
No.
makes life a little bit more complicated. Okay, never mind. That takes out my bonus action idea.
Nyx, I believe it's your turn.
It is, and like this shadowy thing is still in front of me, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
So,
it is.
I'm just gonna do what I've been doing and go hiya with both my daggers.
Go for it. Make your strikes with both of your daggers.
So, 8 plus 6, 14. If I did the math right
Hits.
quickly.
Go ahead and
Let's
roll
go!
your damage. 1d4 plus your 1d4 plus 4 plus 1d4 lightning.
Yeah. 7.
7 total. How much of it was slashing? How much of it was piercing, and how much was lightning?
I got a 2 on the lightning.
2 on the lightning. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, yeah, you slash into it with your first dagger, and the lightning explodes inside of this one as well. Just, that crack. And you see it flash a bit, and it is starting to look quite weak. You still have your second attack with your bonus action if you'd like, with 2-weapon fighting.
Which is just the 1d4 plus
You
dexterity.
have to attack. You have to strike again. So you have to roll 1d20.
11 plus 6, so 17.
Hits again. Go ahead and roll 1d4 plus your dex. 8 points of damage.
I got a natural 4, so woo!
Let's go. Yeah, so with that you stab your dagger into like right in between where its eyes are, and you see the red just immediately fade as it dissipates in front of you. It's dead.
I killed something by myself! Nyx like screams, throwing both her arms in the air. I'm so proud of you!
And then the shade takes attack of opportunity. While you are celebrating. I need to stop giving Bryce ideas.
Please
Is that your turn, Nyx?
Yes, that's my turn.
All right. It is the remaining creature's turn as it attacks you, Fern, because it's the last one in front of you.
Oh, joy.
I'm going to say a 21 hits.
Oh, no.
In theory.
You are going to take, what is that? Just 1 point of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And your strength is reduced by 3.
I am hanging on by a thread, guys.
What is your what is your strength?
Sorry.
It's currently at 6. It's half what it was before.
Oh,
That's a
yours
negative
is at-
2.
Oh,
-2.
oh, honey,
Oh,
you're negative
no.
2. I'm at negative 4.
Yeah, you guys are looking rough right now.
I mean, I've been fine so far. I mean,
You
My,
motherfucker.
my temporary hit points are 7.
I didn't even know you had those.
Like that's what they are right now. I don't.
Her health is at 7, is what she
Yeah,
meant.
yeah,
yes.
your health is.
Is it my
not
turn or
literal temporary.
Haley's?
It works.
With that,
It's-
it is Strontius's turn.
Okay, so there's one left, right?
Yes, there's one left, right in front of Fern.
And it's currently being rude to Fern.
Yes.
Help, please.
Okay. Strontius points to it
Mm-hmm.
and uses magnify gravity.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. That's a save, right? Con
Yes.
save.
Yes.
That one.
That's an 11.
That does not save. It takes 2d8 damage.
Go for it. Roll your dice. Yeah, 12 points of damage. Yeah, you also rip this one asunder as you reach out in front of you and pull.
Pull my hand.
Mm-hmm. You pull, and you see this thing just as it dissipates into nothing.
So I did nothing for a turn. Slashed across Fern's chest.
Yep.
Yeah, that was my combat.
You helped so much. Good job, bud.
I've only detrimented. I rolled like 4 1s within like 5 minutes.
Time to put the dice in the box.
No, these are my metal dice. They're special.
And see how they're rolling for you, buddy.
Not anymore, bud.
They're fine when it doesn't matter.
I didn't get asked how you want to do this.
I know.
Shut up. Shut up. Bryce knows how to spell words more than you do. Shut up. So I'm gonna like quietly like sheath my sword and kind of just like pat Fern on the shoulder and cast Cure Wounds.
You would if
1d8.
we were out of combat.
What? You said they were dead.
Oh.
Actually, well, depending on the initiative of whatever you're about to introduce, I might actually go next anyways.
I have to leave it too.
What's
You have
that?
what? What is it to?
Huh?
We gotta finish this.
Fuck you, man.
Hell, dude, I swear. Okay, anyway.
We haven't even finished point 1 yet.
Anyways, as you were saying,
We would normally be out of combat.
yes.
As another one of those creatures from before. That shifting thing rises up from the ground in the center of all of you.
Oh, motherfucker.
But it's okay. As Tythos, you hear something that you haven't heard in a long time.
Oh, no, not like this. No, I don't want him to see me this way.
Spiraling down from the trees in a
God
flourish of
damn it.
divine energy,
God
two
damn it.
blades, a figure of white, streaks down, slams into the ground, and right through this shifting creature and
I hate this.
sunders it to pieces.
Stop using that word.
It's a good word.
Shut up.
Dissundered.
Ithos,
Introduce
you
to
hear
the
this. You hear this yell of "Move!" as your old companion, High Aether Wielder Riken, splits this creature in half and dissipates it.
You know, we had it in order. You didn't have to do that.
And you struck
No,
your
that's how
ally.
you kill a bad guy.
Oh.
Nyx like lifts her hands up. I also killed a bad guy. She's still like cheering that she actually killed something for once.
And I'm sorry, it teleported, Riken.
You see this human man step up, long white trench coat, speckled in red. You're not sure if it's blood or if it's dyed that way. This deep crimson speckling on the white French coat.
Anyway, as I'm yelling at it, I'm also just gonna do that thing where I pat Fern on the shoulder and just ask you.
Don't touch me.
He pulls.
This is going to fix you.
He pulls the hood of his of this coat back, and you can see him now. He has this dark brown hair, green eyes.
Fern, you get 6 health points back.
Clean shaven human man, standing about 5'10" or so. 2 almost scimitar-like blades in his hands, though a little longer than scimitars. Kind of resembling the same style that Tythos is carrying. And he stands
curved
and
handles are a thing.
he stands and turns and looks at you, Tythos, eyes beaming at you and not looking happy.
You know, sensing some tension here, but I would like to say, one, I just healed the person I accidentally hit. You got that written down, right?
Yep, I got it written down.
Okay, cool. Just make sure. And we were on time. And this was the only incident we've had this entire time. As soon as we started walking this way.
You see his one blade is currently pulsing with this. You're not sure what it is, but it's pulsing with this bright energy of some sort, and he points that one directly at Tythos, right underneath his chin. And the other blade you can see is also a light, though not with that energy, but also frozen over. Kind of like how Tythos's is.
Fun.
Can Nyx like jump in between? Like, hey, okay, we don't need any more people hurt here.
I would say you could do that if the blade wasn't pointed like literally like up against the bottom of his chin. Like
Never
it
mind
is
that she doesn't
right,
do that.
yeah, it is right up against it. And he goes, if this was your only problem, why did you have to strike your ally? You should not be tired.
I'll have you know that I was doing fine in our previous combat a couple days ago.
Previous doesn't matter. The
My
current
hand
one
hurts
does.
describing. I've been rewriting entire manuscript for like the last half a week, at least,
Well, this is heartwarming.
and it teleported.
He,
When you start the momentum, it's hard to stop it.
He spins both of his blades and sheaths them on each side, just inside of his coat. And you can see the energy on both of them fades. And as he does that, he turns to the rest of you and he says, apologies to the rest of you. I am
Good.
High Aether Wielder Riken. And this, as he turns and punches Tythos right in the stomach, you do take 4 points of damage as he, like, just, he goes in for a full strike on your stomach.
I'm not mean to Tythos. He does this to himself.
I mean, you did get a nat one, buddy.
That's not my fault.
Fern just applauds.
Why do I hang out with you guys at all?
High
Other than
Aether
obligation.
Wielder of
It's
the
just
Divine
something
Council at your service.
Finally, someone fucking ate him.
Look, just because you can't reach my stomach.
And with that, we are going to take our break. But apparently, it's not going to be a break.
Tom.
So we will
Bro.
come back in a couple minutes for the rest of you all watching. And it'll... Yeah, we're back. That's we got it. So last time before we left for the break, the party was ambushed on the road by more of these shadowy figures. They kind of just erupted from the ground, and a voice was heard on the wind. The party dispatched these shadowy creatures while taking some pretty rough hits. And before the shifter type creature appeared, and before the party was able to attack it, spinning from the canopy and falling, slicing the creature in half, was a man, dressed in white and red, wielding a glowing gold blade and a blade covered in frost. Before the man said anything, he walked up and punched Tythos right in the gut. And that is where we left off. So Tythos, what do you do?
Correction, we left off after I healed Fern.
Oh, correct. Okay, so you
Yes.
healed Fern, and then
Yes, I'm making that very clear.
okay, but still, yeah. He punched you in the gut.
Yeah, and then we had some banter.
So what would you like to...
Okay. So we're here to ask help from you, and you needed us for something? Right?
Oh,
Am I remembering that correct?
sort of, yes.
Cool. Fucking hurt, man.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Oh, that's funny. That's
I healed you!
That's cute. Okay.
Your wounds are no longer visible.
They're mental.
I'll
They'll
have you
never
know.
leave.
I've been...
Sticks and stones may break your bones, but psychological... but words leave psychological wounds that never heal.
God gets it.
Just a voice booming from above.
Sticks and
He-
stones may
he
break
went
your bones.
You went poof, and you were there. Okay? I had no control over that. You know how the law of inertia works.
That, you know, Tythos, friend. Al. I trained you well. That was
Debatable.
not my training.
Debatable.
You see him, he stops and he looks down the path both ways real quick. And then he looks back at you and he goes, "Drop and give me 50.
Oh. You're not my teacher anymore.
He raises,
I would do as he said, dude. His blade is glowing.
He raises the golden glowing blade right under your chin. "Drop and give me 50.
Stuntius just mutters, "Do you know who you're talking to?"
I don't know who we're talking to, but I'm down for this. Dropping him.
Nyx just quietly yells out, "Make it 60!"
Please.
I like this. I like the 60. Tythos, drop.
I'm going to take 5 seconds here as Cole to think about the ramifications of me starting combat.
Real quickly, Bryce, would I know who this is?
Make a...
You know their name, that's about it.
Make a history check for me.
Okay. Oh, rolls meet me. There you are. I love it.
Are they your
I-
beloved?
I love you, Avray.
It's only the best bot in the world.
Be a net one. Fuck.
18. You recognize the white. You know that the white is, and the like markings on the jacket that he's wearing are typically associated with that of the divine Aether wielders.
Mm-hmm.
You know his name.
I would know that they're a divine Aether wielder, and I
Yeah.
would know that they are. Well, which one they are.
Yeah, you would know. You're like, this is absolutely Riken Elias. He is like
Mhm.
I feel like
he
the
is one of
context
the-
clues would have worked for
Yeah,
that.
he is one of the higher Aether wielders, he's one of the high Aether wielders of the divine Aether wielders. You have crossed paths with him once while studying in Luxtralis. But it was only briefly, and you didn't even really have a conversation. It was just more of you guys passed each other in the halls, or like he was talking with somebody that you had been talking with type.
I saw him
Deal.
and gawked for a moment.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know who this is.
So no shot he knows who I am.
More than likely, well, that's the thing. You don't know. Because, again, you were studying in Luxtralis.
Yeah.
You were one of the few Dralian ambassador students.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the Aether wielders know you are here. Why you're here, they don't know, but they know you're here, type deal. So a matter of if he knows exactly who you are, or just passively knows you're one of them, you're not sure, but you assume he probably knows you're one of them at the very least, just not exactly who.
Okay.
Okay, so back to me almost getting stabbed. I thought of something
Okay.
that doesn't immediately make me the bitch of the DM. So, I'm going to, and you tell me if this is not going to work or disadvantage or whatever. I want to cast Thaumaturgy
Okay.
because I know what the creature sounds like, yes? The shifter? Because
Yeah.
we fought it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make that sound originate from the trees about 20 feet behind him, 10 feet up,
Okay.
and hope that it distracts him.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Well, it's better than a deception. Sleight of hand, 18.
18. Okay. You hear,
Tom is AFK. They just blue screened.
oh gosh.
Typhus has very strong thoughts.
That's, yeah, this is not even something, like, you can really prepare for. That just sucks.
That just.
Uh,
Ooh.
So... Oh no. Anybody that is currently watching the VOD, or watching, not the VOD, the video, or listening to the podcast, we're going to continue for the time being, mostly because we are on a schedule tonight. And... yeah,
there we go.
he's just, yeah, Strontius will join back when he joins back, because that just sucks. Like, he sent us a picture from his phone. He did actually blue screen.
Oh, he's
No.
back.
Oh, wow, he's back already.
You?
Cool.
Right? Pretty strong thoughts.
Okay, so
Alright, yeah.
Don't forget to
and just in
turn it
case,
back on.
Yeah.
and just in case you want to cut this out, Bryce, I'm going to restate. So I rolled a 18 on sleight of hand. I am casting Thaumaturgy to to generate the sound of the shifter 20 feet behind and 10
Yep.
feet above
Yep.
Elias.
Yep, okay. Let me... Okay. Yeah, so you see him, he's still holding this blade underneath your chin. And it is still glowing with this divine energy. You've seen it before. And he kind of like... You see his head slightly turn. But he doesn't seem to fully take his eyes off of you.
Well, this lasts for a full minute. So it's going to keep making various sounds with the shifter. And once I realize that this is going to be as far as I get him to look away,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do something stupid.
Oh,
Okay.
what's new?
Exactly. I'm going to try to... what's the term? Like... Swipe,
Bob and weave.
like swipe behind his legs or something, you know?
Like,
Leg sweep, I guess is what it's called.
make an attack roll using your dexterity modifier.
Roll. With dex modifier, you said?
Yep, using your dexterity.
Well, shit. I was doing so well, too.
Who?
Okay, 4.
4. Yeah, okay. As soon as you do that, he is going to strike at you. Is a yeah, it's a 17 going to hit.
Well, if I cast shield that I don't have.
If I cast shield, which I cannot do. Yeah, so he's going to strike at you, and you all are going to... You see Tythos sweep his leg and try to catch him. Try to catch his seems to be his former teacher in the leg, and you see Tythos' leg just slap against the side of Riken's, and you just see Riken's eyes go wide. And you all have this moment of, oh shit, Tythos is about to die. As
You should have did 60 push-ups, buddy.
you see the flat of this blade come slapping hard against Tythos. Tythos, you are going to take... You're going to take 17 points of non-lethal radiant damage.
So when you say non-lethal,
If it drops you to 0, you're just knocked unconscious.
okay, guys. So I just want to let you know I am currently.
Oh, here, hold on.
Oh my god!
Disarmed!
Nick's just from like where she's sitting on the ground just starts clapping her hands. Fucking finally!
Yeah, so you just see...
Hey, wait.
mhm.
Can I cast a cantrip quickly?
A cantrip?
That is prestidigitation.
Okay.
I would just like to at the end of his blade, so like on contact,
Yeah.
I want some sparkles.
The little birds that go
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Yeah, You know what?
Honest, I thought Tom was going to say confetti.
I thought he was going to say confetti too, but that's better. Yeah, so what happens is Tythos, you have this moment of you sweep the leg, you hit his, and you have that moment of, oh no, not this again. And before you even turn slightly, you didn't even see the blade leave from under your chin. You just see stars and sparkles slam across your face as you feel this divine heat and energy from his blade. You felt it before when you've pissed him off before. Just slam into the side of your face and you fall into the ground. You are completely knocked out.
I'll beat that old man
Question.
one of these days.
Question:
Yeah.
Does minor illusion work with sounds? Because I really want Nyx to just cast minor illusion and just have like the more applause.
I will allow
Why
it.
are you all?
I will allow it.
What did I do? Okay, never mind.
You
I know what I did for two of
What did
you.
you do?
Tom, what did I do?
You just did it.
So
Look, 50
So it's
push-ups was going to put us back like
60.
whatever. It was going to put us back.
You're
like, a few
unconscious. I
minutes.
don't know why you're talking.
Yeah, shushy. So as Tythos is falling, Nyx just like giggles and just casts minor illusion, and you just hear this thunderous applause in the distance.
Yeah, you see High Aether Wielder Riken just like turn to you and just start laughing. He's like, "Why are you traveling with this fool?"
That is a long story.
That I'm still not sure of.
He killed my mentor.
Oh,
That was it.
we
I
have.
also was almost attacked. Or was attacked. I was almost killed.
He
So that
killed.
was nice.
He killed your mentor, and you were. We have a lot to discuss. I'm sorry.
Somewhere with the bed. I'm not feeling so great.
Yes, I apologize. I have not introduced myself. My name is High Aether Wielder Riken Elias. I am this dumbass's former teacher. As he
Just
points to
takes a moment.
Tythos just laying on the ground unconscious. Tythos, roll 1d4 for me really quickly, please. Just no modifiers, 1d4.
Great 1d4.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 4.
4. great. So if nobody heals you, you will be unconscious for 4 hours.
Oh,
Does anyone have healing?
unlucky.
I think the only
I
person with it.
Save them because I thought to myself before the last battle, hey, we have another healer, we'll be fine.
So anyway,
Mance is gone.
you see Riken just like he just puts he puts like his thumb and his pointer finger up like on the bridge of his nose and just like shakes his head and it's just like, I swear he anyway, let us get somewhere safer.
Please.
Follow me, and well, I guess I should say welcome to Canopy. As
Oh.
you finally realize it. None of you looked up yet. And as you do, you look up into the canopy above you, and you actually see a sprawling city built above you in the canopy of the trees. There's rope wooden bridges that tie the different tree trunks to each other, these large tree stalks, and built into some of the trees are some shops and houses, and built outside of them are these wooden platforms that have some houses and some shops and things as well. You see small gardens and things, and even though it is probably a good 100 feet above you in the air, you can still see all of this from where
What's
you
the
are.
weather?
I know I can't.
Well, you can't. You're out. It is.
What's the weather and what time is it?
It's like mid-afternoon, I believe. It's you can't really tell the weather, but you assume it's probably sunny, and it is quite warm.
Why do I picture Strantia as just like licking his finger and lifting it up to the wind?
I mean,
Nervy.
but yeah, you see, Riken kneels down, it throws Tythos like over his shoulder, and is just like, "All right, follow me. I'll show you how to get into the city."
Piggyback ride.
And he takes you down the path about another, I don't know, maybe another half hour. You guys walk down this path, and like you can see the city expands above you. It's quite a large city. And it's not like any other city that you are familiar with. Like I mentioned, none of these buildings are tall. They can't be. They're built into the trees. They're built into the middle of these trees. They're hung from the branches. They're suspended in the air. They're on these wooden platforms that are affixed to the trunks. It's strange. It's odd, but the city is wide. It's massive in that regard. And it takes you were on about the outskirts of this city, at least, from a longitude and latitude standpoint. So you walk about a half hour towards what you assume would be the city center, and when you reach that point, you see there's a large tree right in the middle. And it looks like there's an archway that's there. That's like built into the tree, but it's not an archway doorway. It's just like a natural forming arch. And you watch as he walks up and puts his, you see Riken puts his hand up on the side of the tree, right on this, where this archway is. And he says, "Let the skies open." And as he does that, that archway opens, and you can see city beyond it. He gestures for you all to enter, and you step on through. And then he follows behind you, and the archway closes. And you look down. And you are now 150 feet up from the point you just were. Now in the canopy of the trees. Welcome to the city of Canopy.
Oh, we're really high up here.
This is so cool.
These,
Quite a bit.
These
Snore.
druids... Snore. These druids knew what they were doing, didn't they? It's impressive. But...
Quick,
Go ahead.
I was about to say a quick side question because I don't remember from like last time.
Mhm.
Is Nick still feeling like the withering effect? I just want to know, like, for roleplay.
Oh yeah, you guys are the two of you that took wither effects, which were Fern and Nyx, you both took it pretty heavy. Those effects are still very much ingrained on you, and
Cool. So a 30-minute walk. Got it. Okay. I just
Yeah.
wanted to know from a like roleplay standpoint. Thank you.
yeah, and Strontius, it was pointed out to you. Tythos was the one that noticed it the last time, but he kind of pointed it out to you as you were walking back. There were some markings that were on Nyx the last time you guys were in an encounter. And you assumed it was just from the wither effect. But you weren't
There's
positive.
There, though.
They have since gone away. But those markings
Okay.
are now back. And they're on both Fern and Nyx. So it gives you the idea of, oh, this is something that happens with that withering effect. Like you know...
Would I know what that says? It just says wither, right?
Yeah, it's
Would I be able
just...
to presume that?
You make an Arcana check for me.
Okay.
I'd just like to mention
I like making
that it is now that I remember that I have a blood curse that specifically allows me to take 1d4 less damage.
Oh,
That is all.
Well, it's too late, buddy.
I'm just
said Arcana.
Yeah, Arcana.
I'm just letting you guys know. So
You're
can
choosing great today. I'm not rolling that great.
A 13.
I put my metal dice on timeout for this session.
I would say even with a 13, you are studied enough in the arcane. You're familiar with effects like these, though you do not know exactly what this effect does. At least what this specific withering does.
Mm-hmm.
You assume, based off of past events, the past encounters that you've had with these creatures, and with how these two are now acting, you assume it probably deals with either their vitality or their physical strength, but you're not sure which. But you know that they are looking quite weak right now.
Okay.
Nyx is just like the last time,
Mhm.
pulling her coat like tighter around herself as well. Just not
Can I
as
look up
tight
and
because she's
ask,
kind of fucking weak, but
Ask
Yeah.
Aether Wielder Riken.
Yeah.
Can I sort of get his attention quietly and just I bowed to him quickly, just show some respect because I know who he is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, sir, would you happen to know where the nearest apothecary is? My friends, as you can see, aren't really feeling their best. Is there an apothecary in Canopy?
And as a matter of fact, there is an apothecary in the city. However, that's not going to help them.
it's
We-
nothing but a cold wind. It's fine.
As much as I would love to say I know how to solve this, these occurrences with these shadowy creatures are relatively new. And no apothecary has yet figured out how to prevent this withering. But we do know that it goes
Alright.
away in time. So I can
'Cause I haven't seen this in all of my studies either, so I'm not really sure.
attacked, we were able to sleep it off.
Oh, sleep
That's
sounds
but
so
that
wonderful.
seemed like a case by case circumstance.
Yeah. Let us head to the home ring, and we'll stay. Let us head to the home ring. I'm staying in a tavern at the moment. Let's go there. And along the way, we'll pass by the early morning. It's the alchemist shop in town. They have some apothecary supplies, and we'll pick up something for you all. Okay?
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Of course. So, you guys walk a little bit further into the city, and as you step through, you can actually get a good grasp of what the city is. So, the city canopy is suspended, as you know, high up in the tall jungle trees of the morass, with the city center suspended directly above the intersection of the covered highway and the Sapphire Highway, which is what you guys just crossed over. Right in the center is this tree that you guys know that you have stepped through, and it let you into the city. You guys now know the password to get into the city. It's open up the sky. Mm-hmm. The city expands out about a 2-mile radius from the center, which is about as far as you walked. It took you about a half hour to get to the center, so it's about 2 miles, give or take. Obviously, you know how the city got its name. It's built in the canopy, and the rope bridges and vines connect the platforms and the trees, where the houses and buildings are kept, and some shops, like I mentioned, are built into these thicker tree trunks. And again, these tree trunks, some of these trees, the further you went into the morass, the bigger the trees got. When I say, like, these tree trunks are thick, I'm not talking about ones like you can, like they're big, like thick, like you can give them a hug. I'm talking, like, 15, 20,
They're
30
huge.
foot thick trees. These things are massive. And as well as that, you can see along the city, glass jars are filled with lightning bugs, and they act as lanterns. As you start to walk through the city, Riken starts to explain, have any of you been to this city before? And
I've only read about it.
All right.
In there to, because I thought you said that her uncle's house is like past this area. So would she have to have traveled through here to go to her?
You would have traveled through, but I don't think you ever would have stayed here.
Okay.
I've been here, yes?
You would have been, yes, but you're out.
I know. I was just making sure for...
Yeah. You've been here.
Back at Angior, they had a book on Kyrum geography, and the town was mentioned in passing, but I never heard about its splendor before. I didn't think it was this vast. And Strontium just looks up at the endless, like the seemingly endless, like, you know, waves of bridges and shops and buildings throughout the trees.
Yeah, it is amazing. Like I mentioned,
how high up do you think it goes?
We're about 150 or so feet up in the air. It doesn't go any higher than this, unless you were on, like, one of the watchtowers or something, but...
And is that tree the only way up here?
Yes.
Nobody could fly up here, could they? Are there barriers?
You could fly. How do you think I got down? I didn't fly down, I sort of jumped, but...
Man sprouted wings.
I kind of just jumped.
I wish.
You know,
I wish I was awake.
Strontium gets a little bit giddy at the mention of, I said Strontium.
Yeah, you keep saying Strontium.
I apologize. Strontius gets a little like giddy at the mention of Aether or Riken mentioning that he flew down with him as he finishes his sentence. Just kind of calms back down again.
Yeah, it's you'll see some of the bird folk and, you know, others will fly through here. Every now and then you'll see, you know, the druids as well. They will wild shape or polymorph into something and fly up here as a means to, you know, quick travel.
Wild shape. Interesting.
But, other than that, that's pretty much the only way up here.
Oh, Fern, you could fly around here later, so you can like look at everything.
Yeah.
Fern can fly?
Remember, she can wild shape.
She was an
Yeah.
owl, remember?
True. Interesting.
So she.
But
she
owls
can, like,
can't
look
hit
at
that level of
everything.
flight, can they? Not
Owls?
Not go.
Yeah, they can.
Well, I mean, especially if they're starting that high up.
I
I'm
didn't
gonna shut
take
up.
classes on owls.
But yeah, Fern, you'd be able to look at everything since you're
Yeah.
enjoying it so far.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to now.
Well,
but this
d-
place is
not
cool. I
now.
want to enjoy it on my feet. Yeah.
I know how you're feeling right now. I understand.
Yeah.
I meant maybe
um,
later before we like leave.
Mhm.
Wildly interesting. Strontius mentions to Aether Wielder Riken as we're walking to where we're
Mhm.
going next.
Yeah.
Just that like is a Dralian student studying on behalf of Angior in Centralis, like studying magic in. He was sent to Centralis, but found himself in Kyrum.
Well, okay,
Well,
so Kyrum is the
you know what-
continent,
I know.
but yeah,
I know, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Found himself in
elsewhere.
and now I'm in Canopy. Yeah, elsewhere.
He's like, I believe I do remember you. Yes. We met in passing once, I believe.
so.
Your companion, Aurora, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
She's very sweet,
Brilliant as well.
very smart. Mm-hmm. You're right.
We have something to discuss later. This is the early morning, as he points to a shop, and you can see there's a it's built into one of the trees, and there's a wooden sign that hangs outside of it that reads "The Early Morning," and it has like a little alchemy vial as its symbol. He opens, he walks through. It's not really a door; it's more just like a curtain almost. He pushes it open, and you all enter, and you can see there's different types of mosses, all sorts of different jars filled with supplies, and different chemical, components or things you would use for alchemy or herbalism. Different flowers and crushed petals, different branches, and just all sorts of things that could be used for any type of alchemy or anything of the sort, just scattered along tables and shelves throughout this building. And that on the left, you see a counter, like right as you walk in to your left, there's a counter, and a half-elven woman with emerald eyes and emerald hair, strangely enough, is standing behind the counter. And she's like, welcome. How may I help you all?
Mhm.
Everything here is so pretty.
Snore.
It's a snore.
Can you make the cold go away?
Make the colds go. And she then turns and sees Riken and is like, more withering? He's like, yes.
We're looking for something that counteracts withering decay.
I don't quite have anything for that.
Do you happen to have a wake-up potion?
Oh, yeah. I can actually, I don't even have a potion for that. I can do that free of charge.
Ah,
Do we need to wake him though? The travel's been so nice.
well, hold on. Miss, is it painful?
Well,
Can you make it painful?
absolutely.
You know what?
Can we
that's
get the
fair.
painful one?
All hassles.
And you just see Riken's like, I'll pay you for this. And she's like, no, this will be fun. And you see her rub her hands together, and flowing from her arm, you see this pooling of little motes of light start pulling pulling out of the air and then form in the center of her palm and then spread across her hand and up her arm. And you see her mutter some words to herself in Elvish. If any of you know Elvish.
I do.
You do. You hear,
I do.
You do. Then you know the translation for this. You hear her say, cure wounds, and she slaps Tythos across the face. Tythos, you do heal for, not bad, you heal for 8 points.
Was I at 1 or 0?
You were stabilized because you were knocked unconscious, non-lethal damage. So you were at 0.
Does that mean 0 or what?
Yeah, you were at
I was
0.
at 0.
Yes.
Okay, so my total health will be 8.
Yes. And she just laughs and is just like, oh, that was fun. Tythos, you now snap awake to a half-elf woman with emerald hair laughing in your face, and you are still slung over the back of Riken.
Believe it or not the first time this has happened.
So, you all need...
Can you please put me down?
No.
No.
As he throws you to the ground. He just, picks, he takes you off of his shoulder and just drops you.
Well, at least I don't have to be grappled.
I'm sorry, I don't have anything for this withering effect. I will still keep looking into it. And Riken says, it's okay, I didn't expect you to have that. Paisha, if you don't mind, I'll actually buy something for them as well. She's like, okay, what are you looking for? And you see him pull out of his, just right off of his pouch, he pulls, or off his belt, he just drops a pouch of coins. And it's heavy. She just looks, it's like, what are you buying? It's like 4 healing potions. She just immediately reaches under the counter and grabs four of these small vials filled with this pinkish liquid. She hands each of you a healing potion, so you can mark that down on your character sheet. You each have 1 healing potion.
Huzzah! I have since gotten up and dusted myself off, and expecting to be knocked down again at some point in the near future.
And you now know her name Paisha. She turns and is like, hey, forgive me. My name is Paisha Reading, and this is my alchemy shop. Welcome to the early morning. And as you now get a better chance to talk to her and look at her. I said her hair was emerald. Her hair might just be made of emeralds.
Porqué?
Oh.
She's an alchemist.
Well, yeah, okay. What's it? Turning iron into gold. What's that called? Is that just called alchemy?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I'm presuming I know this person. At least in some respect.
Yeah, you would know her because you would know her only in the sense of you've come through here with Riken before.
Yeah.
But you don't know her personally, you just know her to that extent.
Yeah, like I know that the guys at Smoothie King and Wendy's.
Shut the fuck up. Yes.
Shut the fuck up, yeah.
But yeah, she's like, I'm sorry I don't have more for you all, but if I find any cure on this withering, I will let you all know and then immediately share it with the other wielders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
Much appreciated.
Of course. Is there anything else you need? And Riken's just like, nope, I just needed you to slap him awake, honestly. But thanks for doing that. She just laughs like, anytime. And then she just looks at you, Tythos, and she goes, "Are you still getting in trouble?"
What else is there to do?
You know it's not smart to piss him off, right?
I'll beat him one of these days.
This is not the first time I've had to wake you up this way. You know that, right?
I said that out loud, yes.
Just making sure. Okay.
Nyx just mutters under her breath, "Man's masochist."
Hey, you don't know that.
Hold on, wait. I gotta... hold on.
Do not make it canon that I'm a masochist.
No, okay.
Roll for masochism.
Roll for masochism. No,
my
no. I was rolling to see if Riken heard you.
Aw, damn it!
He didn't.
Aw, damn it.
Okay.
I won't be the punching bag one of these days, right? Anyway.
Would there be a herbalism kit in this shop? Or no?
Yeah, we have herbalism kits. And you see Paisha steps around the counter. And she walks over to one of the shelves, and there's like stacks on this shelf. You can see all different types of kits. And she pulls one off. It's a not super dusty, but she pulls one of them off, and it's bound in some slight leather. She pulls it out and comes back, sets it on the counter, and opens it up. You can see it's a full herbalism kit. It has everything that you could need in it. She goes, yeah, we have an herbalism kit right here.
How much would that be?
Say 5 gold.
Okay. Oh, here you go. And then she grabs it out as best as she can with her very wounded state, and then she gives the gold.
Yeah, she takes it and she just drops the 5 coins into the large. You can see she opens up the bag of coins that Riken dropped, and she just drops the coins in there, and you can see inside this bag of coins. It's not gold that's inside of it. It's platinum.
Oh.
And she just
rich.
Damn. Okay.
She just ties it back up and then just sets it underneath the counter. Is there anything else I can help you all with?
I can't
Is there
think of anything.
a spell shop here?
Spell shop. I believe so. If you're
Haven't
looking...
we established that we're too broke to afford your spells?
Wow.
Stone just ignores him and remains curious.
Well, okay, so there's a sort of. We have a bookshop and like writing supplies. Or you can go straight to the Aether wielders. There's Quills. It's also in the center. And if not, you can always head to Nature's Gathering. It's directly in the center of the city. That's typically where you'll find the Aether wielders, though I don't quite know. She gives you a quick look over. She goes, I don't quite know if they will have the teachings you're looking for.
Completely understandable. I'm way too timid for their company. I just like to look around for the moment.
Honestly, fair. You seem like you like to study the arcane, and I applaud that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
I'm actually abroad. I'm studying abroad currently.
Oh, you're abroad?
Strontius just turns around to Strontius. Not Strontius. Strontius turns around to Tythos. And,
Riken steps out from between you two. Just like takes one big step back and just like watches whatever's about to go down.
Hold on.
I don't blame you for that one. I don't blame you.
If you're going to fight, at least don't break anything. Or if you do, make sure you have the money for it, because I'm not paying for you.
Please Don't break anything. Thank you.
Strontius points at Tythos and casts Magnify Gravity.
Okay,
Do I have to
so
make a
I'm
check
going
for that?
to I am going to allow you to do this if you want, but I am also going to let you know that the contents of this spell affects the area around you as well. If you do that, shit's gonna fly in this building.
It affects a 10-foot radius.
It's basically a hardware shop, my dude.
You are going to knock shit off of the counters. You're gonna break a lot of shit.
I didn't know it was that small. I anticipated it being a tad
You know,
bigger.
Walmart.
No, this is not. No, there's.
So with this, Nyx is gonna walk on up
It's
in
fine, it's fine,
between
it's
them
fine,
and
it's
go,
fine.
listen, while it's already empty as is, if you're gonna fight, just punch him in the face.
Thank you,
Strontius,
Paisha. We will be
Strontius-
taking our leave before these idiots break something. And you see Paisha's like, if they break
I'm not
anything,
done.
she's like, if they break anything, that's fine. They'll just have to pay for it.
Strontius looks back at Tythos.
I
And
use
he
my
just-
action to dodge.
He just reaches out. You see him kind of make a gun with his hands, right? And like it's like a little like a sparkle starts out from it, and then you just see him restrain, look up for a second, just gain composure, and Strontius puts his hand on Tythos' shoulder. Tythos' shoulder starts to heat up a bit. You see that Strontius is about to cast Burning Hands. Strontius looks over at Tythos and says, "Do you have something funny to say, little man?"
Actually, yes. I'm part devil.
You're just making him feel better.
Strontius turns back around
Fine,
and
fine,
says,
right.
"Thank you. I appreciate your patience."
Like I said,
Yes,
I don't
I'm-
care if you break shit. If you do, you just have to pay
Don't
for
worry.
it.
I literally
Don't
have
worry.
demon blood in my veins.
I'm smart enough to take it outside, but I was just curious if there's anywhere I might go in Canopy to find certain spells. Thank you for letting me know.
Of course, anytime. If there's anything else you need, you're always welcome back. And you see Ryken just nods, like, thank you kindly. All right, dumbass. You know where we're going.
Bye. Thank you for
Do I know where we're going?
Yes, you do. You've stayed here before. It's called the Light in the Sky. It's in the
Thank
home
you.
ring.
Just
Of course.
making sure.
Paisha waves to you all as you leave then. And you walk out. And he starts to explain it to you as well, to the rest of you. Tythos, you already know this and you kind of help explain this as well. The city of Canopy
I feel like I don't need to interject right now.
Yeah. But the city of Canopy is broken up into 3 main districts. Center, the Home Ring, and the Ranger Ring. Center is where most of the shops are housed, and literally directly in the center of the city, right above the crossroads of the Sapphire Highway and the Covered Highway, is this garden area. You saw it when you guys entered the city. It's like this beautiful garden. That's called Nature's Gathering. And that's where the Aether Wielders meet. That's where the Nature Aether Wielders typically hold their council. And you knew that just as soon as you walked in. You could feel that energy. You could tell that's what that was. That's what that was used for. But you could also see just other people walking through it. And from where you are, you can still see it. There's just people walking through it. So you can tell that when it's not in use by the Aether Wielders, it's probably just a park. But that's center. The Home Ring is where most of the houses and taverns are. The Ranger Ring is where the guards of the city keep watch. They make sure no intruders come in from above or below. You also would know that is where Riken fell from.
Is fell really the best wording there?
But anyway, you guys move out of center towards the home ring. You make your way across a couple bridges, and you come to one of the larger trees here as well. And built into the tree, out of the tree, kind of around the tree, and this one's quite big. This one's maybe about 40 feet wide. You see this almost super lively and beautiful looking tavern. This is the light in the sky. And as you enter, you can see it's not super big because it is only about 40 feet wide. But you can tell that this tavern extends both up and down the tree. You can see a staircase kind of in the middle of it that spirals up and spirals down. And you can tell that's probably where the rooms are. Along the back wall, that curves along the back wall, is a bar. And you can see a gnomish woman standing behind the bar, tending to some of the patrons that are in there. And there's a couple small tables that are set out throughout the tavern as well. But you all walk in. Rooms or table?
Rooms.
Got it. And you see Riken walks up to the gnomish woman and looks back and is like, speaks to her for a minute, and then he slides some coins across the table, and she slides something back. And he comes back a minute later. He says, "Here you are," and he hands you all room keys.
We don't have to share this time.
Can I roll to grab Nyx and Fern?
Grab them?
What?
Why?
What the fuck?
Again?
Why?
Make an athletics or acrobatics check, your choice.
I'm confused.
At disadvantage because you're trying to grab both of them?
Okay.
I would do I have a dog. I would like to.
What do I do for disadvantage again?
You just roll like normal, but then do a space and then lowercase dis.
Fine by me.
Yeah, you go to reach out for both of them, and you see both of them just step each to a side of you, just like away.
Aren't they suffering from exhaustion?
No, they're not. They're just withered. You also rolled
we got
a
rid
6.
of Nyx's exhaustion a while ago.
Yeah.
That was
Strontius-
alcohol.
Strontius kneels down to get them, and they both move out of the way, and Strontius says, "Oh, so you don't want to ride to your rooms." Okay.
Wait, a piggyback ride?
No, it's too late now.
Nyx just gets like so excited all of a sudden at the thought of like a piggyback ride.
I've never seen-
What happened last time you picked me up? No.
Every time you picked them up, it was never for a good reason, I'm going to be honest, man.
Yeah.
Well, it's too late now.
Do not act like you are.
If you had just asked instead of grab, probably would have been a bit nicer.
Strontius
time you
thanks
just
Ada
tried
Wielder
to-
Raken for his time and goes to walk away to his room.
Piggyback ride.
Man, what an asshole.
Strontius half expects Nyx to run at him.
Sweet, but Nyx is fucking like, ooh.
So Strontius, you see on your key, it is your key is labeled your key is labeled 2A 34.
2A what?
Mhm.
2A 34. And then as you walk to the stairwell, you see that there's a sign that says A, and then a sign that says B. And the sign that says A points up, and the sign that says B points down. So you
Jones
can
just takes
you-
the side that says A.
Yeah. I'm letting you know this so that you can tell how this is laid out. So as you look at the keys and you start to walk up, you realize that there's probably a 2A for above and a 2B for below. The floors are labeled based whether they are above or below the main tavern floor, and then the room number is, of course, the second number. You go and find your room, no problem.
What's
the rest of
my
you-
key say?
2A35.
Hell yeah. I get it to go above.
But for the rest of you that are still there with Riken, he's like,
Yeah, I'm sold with it.
do you all want to take a break? Do you want to discuss? I see you all are quite tired.
Well, I just got a good nap, so
I mean, I'm exhausted, but I also feel like we owe you an explanation.
side note, that doesn't count as a short rest, does it?
No,
What
it
time
does
is it,
not. You
Bryce?
were unconscious. At this point, it's about, so it was mid-afternoon, so I'd say it's about 4 pushing 5.
Yeah, I agree with Fern.
Yeah.
As much as going to sleep and just resting this bitch off would be nice. Feel like me just saying what I said back there might have sparked a few questions.
Yeah.
Just checking here, Bryce.
Mhm.
Riken would know all about what I did, yes? Because I
No.
did train for a reason.
You did, and the fact that he sees that you're alive, he knows you succeeded.
But he doesn't know what I succeeded at.
No. But you were unconscious for it. Nyx did mention Killix.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
So
about
you
that. I
don't
guess.
know about that. So you have this mutual understanding of him, and you would have written letters to him probably. You never really got a formal response back from him, other than, if he had some extra work for you to do, but he really didn't because it's only been about a month. He knows you succeeded. He doesn't, but you never really went into detail. You kind of just wrote a quick letter of, I succeeded. Different situation has provided itself in front of me.
Hey, Bryce.
And yeah.
When you're done with this, can you move over to me for a second?
Yeah. But there's that. So he's like, let's go grab a table. And he gestures you guys over to a table to sit down. He's like, if you guys need rest, of course, we can take a rest, but you good to discuss?
I think I can try. I think I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine.
I've dealt with worse.
I can attest to that. I think.
Traveling with this fucker is the worst.
I get that a lot.
He really is the worst, isn't he?
Oh
Aw,
my
you do
god,
love
you
me.
don't understand.
And then before we get to that discussion, we will switch over to Strontius for a second. So, Strontius, you enter your
Can
room.
I do a quick investigation check of my room?
Yeah, go for it. It's clean. It's well kept. Nothing
Okay.
of the sort.
Strontius walks in, sets his stuff down,
Mm-hmm.
takes his armor off,
Okay.
places it on the bed,
Mm-hmm.
and then just walks out of his room and just locks the door.
Locks
Can
the
I do
door.
an investigation? Yes, locks the door with the key.
Okay.
Can I do an investigation check to the hallway, or would it be a perception check?
What are you looking for?
What's in the hallway?
Perception.
Yeah.
For the record, you are wearing no armor. Your AC has significantly dropped at this point.
Yes. Oh, I don't see a thing.
Yeah, it's a hallway.
That's fine.
You're legally blind.
She walks down the hallway back out towards the what's it called? The tavern space.
Mm-hmm.
Can I go up to the bar quickly?
Yeah. You walk up and you see the barkeep there. It's like I said, gnomish woman with now you can see gold eyes and like bright blonde hair. Yes, may I help you?
Strontius walks over to the bar, like he looks at the lady,
Yeah.
and he says, "Can I get 4 of the strongest you have?" And he gestures over to the table where Aether Wielder Lycan is sitting.
4 on the Aether Wielder? You walked in with him, didn't you?
Yes.
Make it a gold and you got a deal.
Say again?
Make it a gold and you got a deal.
You got it.
She takes the gold and pours 4 out.
Strontius takes the drinks, walks over to the table, sits them in front of everyone, looks at Tythos and says, well, just whispers to Tythos, "You're gonna need this." And then just says, "I'll be back a little later. Can I leave the tavern?"
Yeah, you can leave, and we'll come back to you then.
Yeah.
So you step out, and the rest of you are very confused, as you all were just kind of getting seated and hadn't really discussed a whole lot yet before these drinks were set before you, and Strontius just leaves. Unarmored.
Strontius.
You've
Strontius
never
is walking out. Sorry.
You've never seen Strontius unarmored. Even though you haven't known him for very long. He never took his armor off.
Wait, so you're not made of metal? I thought you were made of metal.
Strontius giggles and walks out the door.
Before he walks out, Nick
Blushes
says,
a little
I knew
bit.
there was a reason I liked you. And lifts the glass up in the air.
I'm going to take a sniff of my drink because I have yet to trust this man.
Fair. It smells like alcohol.
But I know I've drank this twice now.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'd be able to get the distinct smell of this.
So, this is not the same thing that you've had before. This is not Slogbog. This is different.
Okay.
This is this is a I would say Slogbog is Slogbog is a thick amalgamation. I don't even know what to call it.
Tar.
Yeah, it's like tar. This is strong in a completely different sense. This is what you would probably consider for those of you that know what I'm talking about, this is along the lines and smells that of a very floral, triple IPA. It is very strong, but light. It's a light colored drink.
Gin.
Not at all.
Well, you said flowery.
But it has this, when I say light, I mean light coloring. It's not a light beer. But you have this very floral, triple IPA in front of you.
I'm going to wait until everyone else sips.
Oh, you already... Yeah, I was
Nix
gonna.
is already drinking.
Yeah, I was gonna say Nix and Nix and Riken are already like halfway done. They
Oh,
don't-
if Riken's drinking, then I'm fine.
Anyway,
He specifically set the glass in front of you.
I'm drinking.
curious
Not
that
fast drinker, Jesus.
curious the Dralian is. Anyway, we need to discuss a lot, and I have a lot of questions.
Hopefully we have the answers.
We're gonna start
Probably.
we're gonna start at the beginning.
Wait, would that be Nyx's beginning or my beginning? Because I feel like those are two completely different
I
answers.
feel like the best beginning is actually introducing ourselves.
Yeah, I didn't think of that actually.
That's exactly the beginning I'm talking about.
okay.
So I know this chuckle fuck. Who are you two?
I'm Fern.
And I'm
Fern.
Nyx. Nice to meet you.
Fern and Nyx. Pleasure to meet you. Like I said, my name is Riken Elias. Please, just, if you are truly a friend of his over here, just call me Riken. Titles are...
True friend is stretching it for all of you, but
Yeah.
We put up with him. Does that count?
Yes, it does.
that's the default.
Perfect. Pleasure to meet you, Aiken.
Titles are... annoying. Besides the point. Now let's start at the beginning. You both
Wait.
have interesting stories, but one piqued my interest, no offense, Fern, more than the other. Last I saw you, Tythos, you were setting out to do what you were training to do.
And I succeeded.
Well, you are alive, so I would hope so. The letters you sent also seem to prove that as well. But you, Nyx. Who was Kylix to you?
Thought you said I didn't mention the name to him.
You didn't.
I didn't. I just said mentor.
So no one has mentioned the name, so he just knows this.
I'd presume either Weird or Riken just knows this.
Oh,
You're not here.
Yeah, I said mentor. I didn't say Kylix.
yeah, but you were gone for a month, and Kylix was on the Aether Wielder's radar. You found that out last session, remember?
Oh shit, you're right. Okay.
Kylix was
But
on
I'm
their
good.
radar.
I'm-
He was
then
dangerous.
I'm just gonna let
But he would have known. So he would have known that, like, that was who the mentor was and all of that, just by him being on the radar.
Kylix was literally in my bloodline, so
It was doing some poking and research. He would have found birth certificates and traced family trees back.
Okay.
He's in a position of power. He knows Tythos. He knew Tythos wanted to go after someone in his family. That person was dangerous. That person had attempted something in the past. That set him off to go do some research, find out who it was. He found Kylix in the kind of list of, like, you know, kill on sight type things.
Okay.
He did some research while he was gone and is piecing this stuff together. And when you mentioned mentor, he kind of figured it out.
Gotcha.
okay. So in that case, I'm gonna hold my tongue
Mm.
and not say anything as he continues.
So who was Kylix to you?
Nyx just, like, quietly, like, looks down at her now, like, half empty cup, like, swirls it a little bit. He was a lot of things to me. At first, he was sort of like a father figure who sort of took me on an adventure. He showed me things I had never seen before. We were out at sea for months on end, and he just took me under his wing and just trained me in things that he knew. He showed me how to use my right. He taught me that, and honestly, I was in love with him. And she takes a sip of her drink, still looking down, not looking at Riken.
I see. And how did you and Typhus meet?
Well, that's that's a funny story there.
I want to know
You
not
just
what
tell
you
him-
know now. How
Yeah.
did you two meet?
Just tell him from your perspective, as it was.
I woke up in the middle of this forest, and he was just there. I was somehow bandaged up by a campfire, and he just was there, and we've just been traveling since.
And what happened before you woke up?
Next, just her grip just tightens a little bit as she's reliving the nightmare that she just has to endure almost every night. There was a sigil on the ground. Kylix was just so cheerful. He always had this sort of energy around him that was so cheerful. He gave me the head of a goat which I had just slaughtered for him, and told me to go put it on the pedestal and just wait and stand in the center. I trusted him wholeheartedly. He told me that this was going to be great for both of us, that we both would unlock some sort of power, that this was all that he can show me. This was the last lesson he can teach me to help me just fully develop the power he's been showing. So I listened. I put the skull on the pedestal. I stood in the middle. And as he began talking, I remember a ringing. And you see her hand slowly going to her eye, her red eye.
Mm-hmm.
I remember ringing. I remember just going blind, and then I was thrown out of the circle, and Kylix was thrown into it. He apologized to me, and she's just choking up a little bit.
It's okay. It's okay.
And he's gone. And then, like I said, I remember waking up after going unconscious and hitting the pedestal. And he was gone, and Typhus was there instead.
I see. I am sorry for your loss in that regard. Truly I am. Fern.
Yeah, hi.
And Typhos as well. Explain if you both know more. Fern, I assume you're here for a reason. And
Yeah.
the last I heard was about a storm. I assume you are the storm.
sorry about that.
That's nothing you
don't
need to
know
apologize for.
She is the storm, or
would
the
we-
storm surrounds her, kind of thing.
Well,
Fern turns to her two friends at the table. Do we still have the newspaper? Would Strong Boy have it?
can also just Fern, could you also just slightly speak up a little bit as well?
Yep, sorry.
Thank you. You're good.
I don't think I kept a copy, but
Okay.
I think you have it, Fern. Although I'm not sure. Either you or Strontius has it, but I think it's you.
I think it was Fern because she wanted to keep it as keepsake for her dad.
Right.
So it would be on you. You
Yeah.
just didn't mark it in your inventory.
Yeah.
In your equipment.
I'm so smart. Anyways,
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Mark it down!
Write that down. Write that down.
Fern pulls out the newspaper and she like spreads it out on the table. That should catch you up to like half of what's going on. Yeah.
He takes one look at it and he doesn't even read it. He just looks down at it and is like, right. Okay, we have a trauma dump session. Got it.
I'm sorry.
No. Okay. Well, let me... He, like, leans back in his chair a second, takes a sip of his drink. He sighs. I've been doing some research in the week while you've been traveling here, and I've been speaking with the Nature Aether wielders. Whether it's good news or bad news, Fern, you are not the storm.
Oh.
But
it's like, I'm gonna lean forward, but what is?
we don't know.
Great.
But what we do know is, you mentioned, I'm curious. Was there a sigil underneath you at some point
Twice
in time as
now.
well? Twice.
And then
he's...
I'll pass over like one of the, because I've been like drawing these over time
Yeah.
from memory, and just like slide over whichever one supplied the fruit as opposed to the one that applied to Kilix.
Yep. Yeah, he takes it and he's like, he looks over it and goes, so, yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
So
And then
he draws. So you actually, Tythos, you would only have the one from Kilix's journal. Seeing this sigil very quickly, you would recognize it.
I thought we had a scribble because we showed the guy.
Yeah, but I assume we gave it to the priest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But I will show him the sigil and just say, that is courtesy of Kilix.
Yes, it is. And he's going to, on the same piece of paper, in a different spot on the paper, very quickly, strangely very quickly, he's going to draw the same sigil that you remember being drawn by Irehorn. Six orders to this sigil as opposed to the 7.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to spin it around and turn it, and he's going to say, this one?
Yeah, that looks about right.
Now, forgive me if forgive me if I'm wrong, but... And he points to a specific rune on the sigil. And you immediately, Fern, you immediately see it. It's a rune that's typically associated with Loki. Does...
Yep. That's the one. What gave it away?
Well, the
Probably
paper,
surveillance.
the newspaper did.
Oh.
And then he points to the one for Killix. Where's the rune? And you look, and it's not there.
Is it supposed to be there?
I don't know.
Because, granted, this is a copy. Long story, but it was basically stolen by an Aether wielder. We can talk about that a bit later.
Yes, I heard, Parlo.
Yes, and we discuss it later. But this, I can guarantee you, is the exact sigil that was made.
Right.
However, I don't know if this matters per se. If this is relating to the ritual in which Nyx here was part of, it was never completed. Not in the way you wanted, at least.
Let's see. Fern, was the sigil that was underneath you, if you remember, Loki's or this other one, just in 6 orders? And I want you to roll an Arcana check with advantage.
Give me a second. I did not pull out my dice like a smart person. Okie dokie. D20?
D20, yep, roll it twice, take the higher of the two.
Mm. 17 plus 1, 18.
18. You would know this, and as you look at the sigil, and with that 18 on the Arcana check, you hear a voice in your head. And
Oh.
you kind of know this as well. Like, as you're looking at it, you would feel this as well. And the voice says, "That's not mine, darling. That's not mine."
Fern just points to the one that was under her feet.
So,
And
he looks up. Do you know what that means?
no, I don't.
We've mentioned, well, I'm sure Firehorn told you, these are assumed to be markings of ascension, yes?
Mm-hmm.
I know where your ties lie. Why was yours not tied to Loki?
I don't know. I've
Tythos, do you have any guesses?
Do I have any guesses?
I'm asking.
Do I have any guesses?
Okay, then, Nyx.
Oh, wait. Okay. DM, can you quickly ask the question again?
Do you have any guesses?
That's not what I mean. I mean, like, We are talking about the sigil that is not Loki, yes?
Yes.
What symbol it is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I do know this. So, it's written down in one of our notes. It's the one redacted name that we got unredacted.
That was Loki.
That would be
That was Loki.
I have no guesses.
Okay, then. Nyx. You had the same sigil.
Yeah, the 7th one.
Right. Was Killix faithful?
In what way?
To the divine.
I mean, as much as anyone would be, he would. Has Nyx figured out the thing that we talked about? Like, if it was like real or still just the dream?
You don't know.
Cool, so she's still.
So I'm just going to whatever I have written in the notebook. I think we agreed the like diary entries at the beginning, and then like the first quarter or so.
Yeah.
First third. It's not going to have the stuff specifically he's looking for, but it'll be a lead up. So I'm just going to pass him over the journal I've been painstakingly rewriting.
Yeah.
And as he does that, Nyx is like, he did say that's how he got his power.
As
Right.
we've discussed with Aether Wielder, I'm really trying not to say Airhorn. Eierhorn, right?
Ironhorn's not an Aether wielder. He's just a priest.
He's a priest.
Whatever, he's a priest.
Yeah.
And if we are correct, or if he's correct,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sure you might know this already, Fern's sigil seemed to be someone trying to become a god, while the one with Nyx's ritual is someone who is trying to basically become one with a god. As I understood it.
Yes, that's kind of how it's assumed to be.
Assumed?
Well, there's no records of it ever succeeding, so how can we know if it is true or not? That's what all the sigils, that's what all the markings appear to be. That if you read it. Regardless.
How would they know what it does if they don't have... It doesn't matter.
Words of power. Tythos, you should be familiar with those, yes?
Yeah.
The words of power are how spells are created. How spells are
I knew that.
cast.
I'm going to quickly roll an Arcana check this to see if I'm stupid or not. If you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
Does this... It doesn't involve demons, fae, etc.
No, not directly.
Yeah, it has to be direct, I presume.
Yeah, it has to be directly.
Natural 19, add 5, 24. I knew that.
Yeah, you know this. And you
My
know
character
this,
knows this.
Yes.
Cole
You-
is stupid.
Yes, you know this quite well. The words of power are how spells are cast and kind of created. You string a certain connection of words together, and that forms a spell. The certain number and the length determines the order of the spell. And if you are upcasting, words like upcast are mentioned as well. The number of orders, things like that. Earlier today, cure wounds. Paisha cast it. You can read the words of power in an arcane sigil. Though an arcane sigil is not written in common, and it never will be. the words that we were able to pull out from these are infernal. I believe you know that, yes? And
Is he asking me?
yes.
Yes, I know that.
Mm-hmm. And he starts to point to the words. You see him here. Xalar, Oleron, Cayenne, Verkar, Lerat, Yanto, and Hyen. Summon,
As he's like,
the old ones. Power, beyond, the hunter. Strength, infuse.
And what language were those words in?
Infernal.
Okay, so okay, cool.
as he like read those out, you just see her knuckles like turning white on the now empty glass.
Yes, Nyx, you should be well informed regarding these words.
I only hear them every night.
Nix, do you want some of my drink? We can split it.
No, it's okay, but thank you.
Sure? You sure? Because
Fern, you haven't touched yours at all.
Yeah, I don't drink alcohol that much. Anyways, sorry.
I mean, if you're not going to, she like leans over, takes the whole glass, and puts it in front of her.
I mean, I wanted to try. Okay. Cool.
Notice on this one, though, the sixth order. Xalar, Yoki, Cayenne, Verkar, Lerat, Yanto. Ioki, infernal for Loki. See the difference? String these words.
Very good.
String these words together, and you get a spell. Though, this has to be ritually cast. So just saying these words obviously will not cast the spell.
For those in the audience that don't know what he's talking about, can you please elaborate?
Is the audience you?
I plead the fifth.
The words of power.
Tythos knows what he's talking about.
The
I'm
words-
lost.
The words of power.
Yes.
You string words together to cast a spell.
No, I get that much, but I'm trying to figure out what the difference was. But then he said it once in one language, then in a second, then in the other language, then again, and then I lost track.
All he did was just translate the words.
Yes, but he told us, see the difference that I'm...
Well, the one says Oleron, the old ones.
And the other one says Loki specifically?
The other one says Ioki, which is infernal for Loki, yes. But both were cast in Oleron.
Now, quick side question here, specifically for you, Riken.
Mm-hmm.
The sigils are near identical, yes? There's like one or two runes different?
Only one rune is different, yes.
Sounds right. Why does one need to be cast very specifically in a ritual with goat heads and whatnot, and the other one just kind of appears underneath Fern whenever a somewhat shape-shifting fog monster attacks us?
That's still an answer I don't know. Truly, that's an answer I don't know.
Would that have something to do with the differences?
I can only assume it has to do with the order of the spell. I assume the higher the order, the more components it requires.
But that seems like a big leap from one to the other.
It does.
Wait a minute. Fern,
Yeah, hi.
And Riken, we've been over, like, in this city, we've been over the Fern situation.
A little bit, yes.
Kind of.
It is as if Fern is the only component they need in their ritual.
Yes, it is.
Do you know why that is?
No.
Fern?
I don't. I have a hunch though. You said that the thing that they were trying to summon that was involved me wasn't Loki.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I thought the one for Fern was Loki.
No.
Well, that threw out my theory.
You see, that's the thing. It was assumed before today, before just now, you needed a tie to the divine, specifically to the one that you were summoning.
So,
If your sigil is Yoki, but the spell trying to be cast is not for Yoki, we're in
What are
a...
you trying to summon?
That I don't know. And that's why I turned to you. And why I asked if you knew anything about Killix and about his faith, if he had any. You spent the most time with him.
I'm not sure she even knows of it.
He hid a lot of things from me. He didn't want me to know much of anything about his beliefs. But I do recall, it's probably stupid. I had this dream about when we first met, actually, when Fern and I first met about a week and a half ago. I don't know if it was a dream or if I was remembering a memory, but he mentioned Loki and how he got his power. I don't know if that helps at all.
DM.
Yeah.
I know, like, a good 80% of this, yeah?
Yeah, you do.
Based off my observations and reading.
Yeah, you do.
So, have I gotten to that part in rewriting?
You would
The
not,
journal?
but you would have read it and you would have keyed on it at least. You would have already read this.
But I'm
and
just
keyed on
wondering,
it.
because
This is something...
written down.
Yeah, this is something new, though. As you have read, remember how I mentioned the name was always scratched out? It was It was removed.
Yep.
You looked. There's a clear sigil there that you can't read. Even though it's scratched out or just missing, there was clearly a name. You can't read it, and you can read Infernal.
Yep. Yes, I can. And that does not help me here. So...
Yes, it does.
Huh?
From what Nyx just told you, you go back and you think, that name's not Loki.
How do we know it's not Loki?
Because you know it doesn't read Loki.
It doesn't match the rune.
It doesn't match the rune.
Well, he said it was scratched out, so
But I'm saying you can tell there's something there. And, like, even though it's scratched out, like, the way it's scratched out is like...
Like the length of the word.
Yeah, it's like scratched out.
It's not 4
like,
letters, okay.
Yeah, it's not 4 letters. It's not... And the way that it's scratched out, you can still make out markings under it, but you can't tell what those letters are. You just know that those infernal letters do not string together to spell Ioki. There's no way that those markings read Ioki.
So, Nyx. I hate to be the one to burst your bubble, but at least in the grand scheme of things, it was not Loki.
But he believes
Then-
it was.
So it seems. The name was always scratched out. Never did I see anything that could be anywhere close to spelling Yoki. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, in your universe, is Loki still a trickster god?
Yes, he is.
Cool. So you're saying he thought he pledged allegiance to a god of deceit, a trickster, if you will. However, he was being tricked by someone unrelated.
Tythos, roll a history or religion check for me with advantage.
Hell yeah. It's not about demons, fae, or whatever.
It is.
Cool, I don't get double advantage. Oh, that's why you told me to do advantage, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Okay, cool. You said religion or history?
Yep, your choice.
Man, I love having advantage. Yeah, I don't get double advantage. 13, unfortunately. You're going in timeout too.
Something's not adding up. You don't know what, but something's not adding up.
I figured out that much.
I'm sorry I can't help much. I didn't know my dad.
No,
so-
you helped a lot, actually.
Okay.
And I thank you for that.
And
I
I
remember
said
my
all I
mom-
could.
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out the Cracker Barrel peg puzzle.
and-
I'm like just hands on my temples trying to think right now, and nothing is coming to me.
Oh, I already out of character. I already TM freaking out if it's
Yeah.
who I think it is.
Yes, same.
Something's not adding up. And because something's not adding up about me saying someone was pretending to be a Loki.
no, that adds up.
Okay, so I was correct with that part, at least based on our current knowledge.
You either, from what you're able to gather, either someone's pretending to be Loki, or Loki used a different name and had it removed.
One makes a lot more sense than the other. I mean, Loki is known for wanting his name to be involved.
Precisely.
So, by process of elimination, it's it is some deity or other person, I guess. Person wouldn't be directly correct, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Is or was attempting to make a adult tiefling become with Loki.
Is there another god that we could think of who might?
It was scratched
Yeah.
out.
Well,
That could mean it's redacted.
if it helps, from what my mom told me, my dad kind of grew up in a weird situation that kind
Haven't
of
we all?
sounds like it might have do with the... I don't know. She was very vague about it. He was very vague about it. Maybe do research into his past, and that might help. I don't know. I want to help. I don't know how. Sorry.
You all are helping in a lot of different ways that you don't even know yet, and I am very appreciative of that.
Listening
Truly,
to a compliment I've gotten in a while.
I am. Yes, even you, Tythos. Even you.
I'm like trying to draw like lines of connection, like red string on this piece of paper. Just, what does it all mean? What does it all mean?
So,
How does one benefit from being Loki other than to hide one's identity on principle?
the gods are strange, and don't quite understand them. Hell, I'm with the Divine Aether Wielders, and I can't figure it out.
Great. So, if we get back that book,
Yes.
that might help us.
Yes. And
I've shown you.
I did.
This is
hear
all I
about that,
have
yes.
recited so far.
It's
As
not
time
a
goes
matter
on,
of
I'll be.
if we are getting that book back.
Granted, we did magically burn that one page with the sigil on it.
That sigil can be recreated. It was.
Yeah. I like look at down at the table and at the rune. I'm like, oh yeah. But the rest, I mean, I was trying to translate it into common for Nyx here, but I can only write as much as I remember.
Of course, and keep what you have for now. That's okay. You've given me a lot, and I need to go do some research. I'm sorry again for your troubles, and truly thank you for your time. I know I've kept you now long enough, and you all look beat. So please, go get some rest, and I'll see what I can figure out in the morning. Okay?
A quick question
Are you?
before you go.
Yes.
You said you were working with the nature Aether Wielders, right?
Yes, I've had some talks with them recently, yes.
Could you point me into their direction tomorrow by any chance?
Yeah, absolutely. We can...
I have a question.
Absolutely. Not a problem.
Thank you.
Of course.
And regarding whatever you find out tonight into tomorrow,
Mhm.
if it becomes bigger in scope,
Yes.
we can and will do anything we can to assist.
Oh, I know you will. And, Tythos, I have let you have your freedom, and while I know it is not your intention to join the Aether Wielders, I don't think you understand. If it does become bigger, you don't have a choice. You're coming with me.
Now, that sounds like a threat.
Tythos, you're strong. I know you are.
Oh, does he know my strength is a 9?
I give you a hard time and I beat up on you because I know you could be stronger, but you act like a nitwit.
Hey, I'll get you one of these days, old man.
Old? You're crossing a line. Nyx.
Okay, out of game.
I'm
not allowed to call him an old man.
He's like in his 30s.
Yeah, and I'm in my early 20s. It's a joke.
Nyx, tomorrow, I want you to come with me as well. If you don't mind, I'm curious.
I don't mind helping, and if it helps me learn more about what happened, I am more than happy to assist.
No, I want to know what you know. I saw your Crimson Rite. I want to know what he taught you.
Yeah, even I only kind of knew that one.
To be fair, she's like scratching the back of her neck a bit. That was one of the first few times I've actually used that.
And you performed well. I'm
Thank you,
saying
I
I will.
appreciate that.
I'm saying I will teach you if you would like to learn how to properly use this magic.
I would like that a lot.
I think we're all going to need some extra training in one way or another.
I think you all will as well, but... Fern, I'm sorry, I don't know the druidic arts. I can't help you.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
The last thing I wanted to say is, we will do what we need to, regardless of what commitment we may have to make, Aether Wheeler, or anything else along that.
Oh, I
But
know.
I know you're not
you
giving me a choice, but I'm
But-
saying this of my own volition.
Yes, I know. And I believe you all. You all are... You're a curious bunch. Even the Dralian. And...
Man, he's been gone for a while now, hasn't he?
Yeah, and we'll get to him.
Cool.
But if you... You all got yourselves wrapped up in something quite big, and I'm curious as to why you got yourselves wrapped up into something quite big, and... Look, I'm not supposed to share this knowledge with you all, because you're not Aether Wielders, but I don't give a fuck. Killix wasn't exactly a low priority target. And Tythos, I know you know a little more about it, but this wasn't the first time he tried something like this.
Yep.
This
Not the only one in
time,
the family either.
yeah, and this time he tried to push the boundary higher. The fact that you're tied up with this, Nyx, and you knew him, I'm wondering if he was trying to take you out of the equation, and I don't mean to be rude. I know how you feel about him, but part of me wonders if he was trying to take you out of the equation because he saw that you could be stronger than him.
I'm just gonna slightly lean over and just whisper, "Yeah, he was trying to kill her. That has been established."
Can
We have
Nyx hear
discussed-
this?
You would already know this.
It's like we discussed this earlier.
Yeah.
But you're just
And-
still trying to whisper a little bit, and I
and-
feel like
out
she'd
of
slap
more out of
you for
politeness.
that.
More out of politeness than anything else. But if we need to do this, and we're going to do this, we're going to need more training.
Oh, yes, you are.
And if you can
And-
afford it, we're going to need more supplies, because we only have so many rations left.
I paid enough for you all.
I'm just saying, if we have to save the universe, multiverse even, in any way, shape, or form, I feel like a couple rations would not be that hard to get.
We still
I'm
don't
just-
know what's going on, and let me be completely honest. I'm not of the studied Aether Wielders. I don't know a lot of the intermachinations of Aether, even myself yet, and how it all works. I know it better than most. But I'm only a high Aether Wielder, and part of the reason why I'm only a high Aether Wielder and not higher is because I firmly believe that there's something different about these runes. everyone recently has been under the assumption that these, and believe me, the Aether Wielders are on high alert about all of this. This is not, you are not the only ones that this stuff is happening to. The Aether Wielders all have begun to believe that this is an ascension rune. I'm of the Divine Aether Wielders, and even though we don't read arcane text as much as the studied, those runes aren't arcane. They're divine, and nothing in there tells me it's ascension. I don't believe it's an ascension rune. I do believe it's bad. But let me just be completely frank. 10th Order magic has only been cast once. And even then, Ascension was not achieved.
Was that during the fall?
No, it wasn't. But just ponder that for a minute. If 10th Order magic was achieved once, which is impossible, yet it happened, and Ascension was still yet not achieved, do you really think somebody can do it in 7?
Well, you see, we didn't know that first part. And all the information we got is coming from a priest a week's travel from here.
We actually did know that first part. He told us that.
Oh, did he?
You knew 10th Order magic had been cast, but you didn't know the details of it.
Thank you. So,
and this is where he, and you, Tythos, you've seen him do this before. He kind of just puts his finger up to his lips and is just like, but you didn't hear that from an Aether Wielder. You know this is knowledge he was not supposed to share with you all.
Yes, sir.
We don't know what? We didn't hear from who?
Nothing happened.
Regardless, I will do my best to figure out whatever's going on here. But drink up. Enjoy your night. Get some rest, and I will see you all in the morning.
Rest well yourself.
Thank you. Strontius. You awake, boy? He's across his room. He's probably laying on his bed. I see him talking, but I can't hear him.
I got Kit Kats!
Let's go!
Strontius.
Yes. I had 2 very interesting questions for you before we start.
Yeah.
And I'm going to send them to you in Discord. Can you see Discord currently?
Yeah, I can. What?
Here, hold on. One's an approval.
One's an approval. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And the other one is... There we go.
Yes to both.
Okay. So I walk outside of the tavern, yes?
Yeah, and as you walk
This
out...
is as you guys start your discussion.
This is as this discussion is going on. But you step out into the beginning of evening, and you can see the oranges in the sky starting to make their way. Although it is still quite, it's still early-ish in the year, I believe. It's still summer, like we mentioned, I think. So you can just start to see the oranges start to come into the sky, but it's still mostly blue. And it's beautiful. It's warm. You're high up in the air.
Okay. Like how high?
150 feet.
Okay. Are we at like the highest point?
Yeah, everything here is about even.
Okay, I was curious. So I can see like below me, right?
Yeah, you can see everything below you. You can see.
Is there anything like I'm basically standing on a cliff now, right?
Yeah, you're standing at the edge. There's like a rope that like goes across, tied to some posts so like people don't, fall off. But yeah, you're like looking
Okay.
out over it.
Strontius, now having checked the weather, and just looking a little, not like cold, but just like a little less concerned, walks to the edge and steps over the rope.
Okay. You are now like right on the edge.
Strontius is going to not do a dive, but just kind of fall off.
What?
Before you do, explain your reasoning.
Just want to feel the air. I am confusing the shit out of the DM right now. Just
Ma-
get it.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I'm curious what I do on a failed. It's a 1d20 plus my wisdom saving throw, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. I have 14.
You go to step over the edge and go into a fall. And before you do, you just grab the rope behind you. What are you trying to do?
Strontius thinks, now's my chance to see what it feels like. He jumps.
Francis, on a failed wisdom saving throw, you would know that this fall will kill you. There will be no ifs, ands, ors, or buts about it. This fall will be the end of you.
I'm going to send you another message.
I am
I am
very
lost.
confused. Okay.
Same.
Okay. You see, I didn't know you had that. That would have been
Yes,
nice
I
to
do
know.
have I've used it already.
It's been a little while since we last played, buddy. I don't have your character sheet up 24/7 looking at your spells.
It's fine. It's fine.
I mean,
Okay.
with the amount of tabs you have, I was surprised that you don't.
Hey, shut up. Anyway.
I mean,
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you okay. So you reach behind you and you hold on to it. And you let go. And you just kind of let yourself fall forward. The wind rushes past you. It's warm. And a strong breeze at first. And it picks up and gets faster and faster and faster. The air flows around you and flows over you, and it feels nice. Your hair kind of kicks back up and trails behind you. Your shirt and your pants are flowing, flapping. And you just let this all consume you. 20, 30, 70, 110.
As I hit 110. I cast Feather Fall.
And holding gripped in your hand before you fell, you let a feather fly and cast the spell. You say the words that you need to. And you go from a free fall into... and everything catches beneath you, and you start to gently glide down until your feet touch the ground.
Strontius looks back up and just gasp of air just exits. Like, wow. That was insane. That was real. Strontius just lets everything away for a moment. And he begins to think to himself, where the hell did that lady at the apothecary point me to for the books?
Oh yeah, she told you to head to either one of two places. She said go to Quills, which is the book and writer shop, or to Nature's Gathering. It's like the park directly as you enter the town.
Okay.
Or city, I should say, excuse me.
So, which is closer to me now that I'm at the ground floor?
Well, closest to you in proximity would be Quills, because it's kind of above you and just, down like a road or so. But you can't get up there that way. So the closest one to you would be Nature's Gathering, because it's right as you enter the town. City.
Okay. I'd like to go to Nature's Gathering first.
Yeah. You take about a 15-minute walk, just processing everything. You step through...
Can I do any checks, like an investigation check for anything? Is there anything that would be there that would matter?
No, not yet. No, nothing for you to check. But you walk through the forest, the jungle, and you put your hand on the on the arch. Open up the sky, and you step through. You step through, and you step out, and you're kind of off. Like it's. I said it was directly in the center of the city. It's really not, because there's not a tree like growing in the middle of this crossroads. It's the biggest tree at the crossroads, off in the one corner. So you're off in the corner of the square now. And in front of you, in the middle of all of this, is Nature's Gathering, is this park, is this beautiful, lush, greenery. And it's weird, because it's an open courtyard with grass and log benches and flowers and even a small stream flowing through it. It looks like it was designed to imitate a garden, almost. But it's way above the sky. Way above the ground, excuse me. And it doesn't look like it belongs in a jungle, but...
yeah.
It's beautiful nonetheless. Step on in and start walking through. What do you do?
I'm looking for spells and scrolls or anything of the like that would teach me something.
Mm-hmm. And here you're not going to find that. Here you would find maybe the Aether wielders if they are around. And that's why she pointed you in that direction. She said this is where the Aether wielders usually are. At least when they are meeting or doing something of the sort. But make a perception check for me.
1d20 plus my wonderful, beautiful perception, which is a solid 1.
16. Not bad on a 16. You look around and there are people walking through this park right now. There's people walking through this garden. Some families, just out on a stroll with their kids, or people just trying to enjoy the nature that is there, that is before them, and kind of revel in its strange but beautiful aesthetic that should not fit that of a jungle. As you look around, everyone is dressed differently. And you don't see anybody that you would think resembles an Aether wielder. And you don't recognize any of the markings of the nature Aether wielders from when you've been in Luxtralis, when they've been there for meetings or whatnot. You don't recognize any of them. None of them carry the mantle of leaves.
Yeah. Okay, so there's really not much for me to do here.
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, but it's good to have this place on my map. All right. So after taking in the scenery for a bit, kind of getting back in the right headspace, then the little giggly little student, I'm gonna exit the park, and I'm gonna try and make it to Quills before the night ends.
Yeah. You have to do some asking around, and I'll say after about, maybe, half hour or so, because it's not too far out. It is also located in center, so it's not, too far of a walk, but you still need to find your directions and get your bearings from people in town. You do find your way to Quills, and when you, this is actually like a wooden building that's built on a platform here.
Mm-hmm.
When you open up the door, you see inside a human male with green eyes and short brown hair. And he's standing there, or he's like standing reading a book behind the counter. And it's not the biggest bookstore you've ever seen, but there's books along a couple of the walls, and writing supplies as well. Strewn throughout, kind of on the front shelves. And you enter, and you see him. He goes,
walk up to the front desk and like, would you happen to be Quill?
I would indeed happen to be Quill. How may I be of assistance to you?
Awesome. Hi, Quill. I'm a student studying abroad. I'm from Australia, and I've made my way to Canopy. I'm just in business. We're studying magic in my classes right now, and I was curious, what kind of spells do you carry here, if any?
Well, you've come to one of the finest establishments in town, so of course, let me see what I have. And he steps away, and he like come. He shows you over to one of the very small sections of books, and he's like, we have some spells in here if you're looking for anything, although they're not exactly the most cheap things, but a student like you studying abroad, you should be able to afford them, yes?
I hope so. We'll see.
And as you start to go look through, he's like, he just says, like, I will be at my counter if you need me. And if you need any help, just call for Quill.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Mr. Quill.
But of course. He steps away, and you begin to rummage through the embarrassingly small number of spells that are here.
About 4.
Yeah, there's like maybe 20. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
But as you look and start to read them, all of them are unbound, which is
okay.
Great.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
but they're all cantrips.
And as a level 2 wizard, I can't really take another cantrip, can I?
You can, actually. Cantrips... here's the thing about spells. When you learn new spells, you can learn... Like, in your class description, it tells you how many spells you know. And that's how many spells you know just outright that you get based off of your class. But you can get more. You can learn more.
Mm-hmm.
However, I mentioned that they are just cantrips because I know you're looking for something higher quality.
Yeah. I'm looking for any spells in regards to mobility.
And as you look through, you don't see anything that regards to mobility. When you start rummaging through these spells, I don't even want to call them spells, these cantrips, you notice it's Druidcraft, Goodberry, it's Prestidigitation.
Nothing that I can learn, but
Yeah,
nothing
it's-
that would be of decent use to me right now with the cantrips that I already know.
These are all very intentional. You can tell. You being one that studies magic, no, these are intentionally chosen low-level spells or cantrips that are based around nature. Because a lot of the people that come to the city go, I want to learn what to do. I want to learn what the druids are learning. So
There's even a sapling sting cantrip.
Yeah. It's like, so the reason why they're all unbound is because you guess that Quill knows if people are coming here to pick up spells, they're not druids, or they're not nature magic users, like some types of sorcerers or some types of rangers or things like that. So he knows that these people are not studying this type of magic, which means they need to be unbound. He also, if you look at the size of his store, truthfully, he doesn't have the most, which is surprising for a city this large, especially in the crossroads. There's not a lot of books here that pertain to magic in general. They're all novels and things of the sort. Maybe a few history books. But the spells are a joke compared to what you're looking for, and truthfully are kind of a joke. Not that any spell like Prestidigitation is a bad spell, or Druidcraft is a bad spell. It's not. He has purposefully selected the spells to sell to make a quick buck off of the people that are not learning the nature magic. That want to do cool druid shit.
Cool druid shit.
Yeah.
They want to be a tree. But me, who is more well-read than that, doesn't need those. Now, he went back to his desk, right?
Yeah, he's back at his desk.
Would I be able to look at the not bargain spin spells section?
This is all he has.
Or is that it?
This is all he has. Yeah, he doesn't have much. It's really embarrassing. Again, for a city of this size, it's really embarrassing. But I'm not even going to make you roll an insight check on this. You're smart enough to know this. Books are heavy.
Yeah.
The city's built in the canopy.
We're not really getting too many books up there in a great stroke of time.
There's not a lot of very tall buildings, and the tall, quote-unquote, tall buildings are all built into the trees. There is no elevation to this city. While this is a major city, and there are a lot of people that live here, and there are obviously very strong magic users here. The nature Aether wielders are based here. So you're positive there's some magic that can reinforce the things that are keeping this city up.
Yeah.
While this is a crossroads city, this city is intended to be a stop.
Mm-hmm.
Canopy is a stop city between Luxtralis and the Sapphire Oasis.
Yeah. So there's going to be too much here, but I wanted to search regardless.
Yeah.
Could I use detect magic in here at all without that being detected?
You can make a sleight of hand check.
Okay. I'm just curious. I'm not maliciously intending.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Honestly,
I rolled a 5.
honestly, this guy is. You rolled a 5, you have a 2 on the die. I'm not even joking. You were gonna pass as long as you didn't roll a natural 1.
Let's go, Quill! Thank you for being stupid. Anyway.
This dude. Okay, think of it this way. This dude is Gaston if Gaston reads. Like,
okay.
he's so full of himself, and you can get that.
Question.
Yeah.
Are there books on languages here?
Yes, there are. There's some like introductory language books.
Okay. Like what? What are we thinking? Because I'm looking for. I already know Common, Elvish, Avian, and Infernal.
Yes.
What language do you think would be the most useful besides that? Infernals come in handy. Elvish come in handy. I haven't had to use Avian yet.
Yeah. So I will say, as you look through here, there are none of the exotic languages out there in his collection. Again, very purposely chosen selection of books. The ones that you see are things that are Elvish, Dwarvish, Halfling. There is Undercommon, which is surprising to see.
That is surprising to see.
But there's Gnomish. But there's not really a lot of. I mean, it's pretty much the base languages.
Yeah. Okay.
You definitely
All
want
right.
Gnomish. That way you and Nyx can have conversations.
How much is a base level Gnomish book?
He like looks up. He goes, "You want to learn Gnomish? Well, whatever suits you. Call it a gold."
Can I ask him to make it a silver?
That's like a 10th of the price.
Can I ask him to make it 5 silvers?
Persuasion?
Yay.
Can I get half off, please?
You could attempt to add a.
I got a 17.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so
Our
5 silver.
bargain.
5 silver.
Now I
for-
only have 8.5 gold left.
No!
But you had the money. You just chose that you didn't want to
Gotta-
pay it.
Gotta save where you save.
Is there anything else I could help you with?
Where is the best place in town for just general wares?
Haswares, of course.
You have a Haswares here.
We do,
Yay.
yes. It is right in. It's right off the center of the town, just directly opposite of the entrance.
All right. Thank you, Quill. Pleasure doing
course.
business with you.
Of course, anytime. And please
hope
come
I see
back
you
if you
again.
need to learn any other languages.
I may. Gnomish may not do me so well. All right. I exit Quills. And can I book it on over to Haswares real quick?
Yeah, you can. It's getting a little bit later. I'd say with the walk and the time you spent in the park and in there, it's probably getting closer to 7:30.
It's fine. They're still open. They're open all
Yeah.
night. They're open until like 10 p.m. Everybody's there's Haswares. You need something, you get
Well.
something. Yeah.
Well,
that's
I'm
what
letting you
fucking
know
good
this
Haswares.
for your reference. I'm saying you would know Haswares is typically open maybe
Yeah.
not 24/7, but they're open till like 2 a.m. because cats are annoying and like to stay up late. I'm looking at you, Spartacus.
Mm.
But we love Spotty.
We love Spartacus. For those of you that are listening or watching, you don't know. I have a cat. His name is Spartacus. He sleeps in my room and annoys the hell out of me whenever I try to do something. So, but we love him anyway.
We love him.
Yes,
If you don't love Spotty, you're wrong.
indeed,
You're just wrong.
indeed. But anyway, you
Actually, I do have another question.
yeah.
Would I be able to go anywhere for magic items
In this town,
in this town?
Maybe.
Go on a spending
Okay.
spree with that. Swear to God.
The magic. You wouldn't know. You would have to ask around.
Okay,
Depending on what you're looking for, though. Maybe.
that's fine. That's
But-
fine.
You head into Haswares, you open the door, and the familiar Tabaxi Haswares, if you have coin, is said. And you see a golden Tabaxi woman with golden eyes behind the counter, eagerly waiting to help you, as she is also currently helping some other guests that are looking at some things. But there's a it's the same exact assortment that you're used to in Dralia, same exact assortment you saw anywhere else in Kyrum, and that you just saw in Writer's Run. Circular building, circular desk in the center, circular layout with tables and a bunch of crap everywhere.
Man, I can't believe they built a business out of this.
Tythos's words just ring in my head as I shake them away. I start shopping around for a flask.
Easy enough. You find one.
Start looking for an iron flask.
Yeah, you can find one. That's not a problem.
Ah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. That's. Okay. All right. So this iron flask
Yeah.
here. Going to send you actually exactly what I'm looking for.
Okay. Let's see.
Do I find this iron flask?
All right. Roll for me a D100.
Oh,
Stupid, 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 stupid.
Before you roll.
Uh-huh.
On a 5 or below, you find it.
Yo! All right. I'm definitely not getting it. It's just 1D100,
do we get
right?
to see what this flask is?
No. It's just a
fair.
1D100, right?
Yep, just for 1D100, no modifier.
That's unfortunate.
No, but you do find a normal flask.
Okay. I was really hoping. Okay, that's fine.
If anybody would like to know what Tom was looking for, what Shrantis was looking for, look up Iron Flask, Wondrous Legendary Item.
I don't think I want to.
I'm looking it up.
Anyway, you do find
I need
a
this
flask.
Okay. How much is it?
Like 2 silver pieces.
Okay, sure. Throw it in the cart.
Mm-hmm. Throw it in the Spamazon cart.
Oh my god.
Hey, Spamazon is a joke from a campaign I played in. It was great. It was a space-themed campaign, so we just called it Space Amazon or Spamazon.
That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Don't encourage him.
Ah, you were trying to genie bottle
Maybe.
You trying to kidnap us?
Damn, I really wish you rolled a 5.
So here's the funny thing about Haswares, right? They're a general goods store.
Yeah, of course.
The tabaxi that run the general goods store, if they are of any magical class, they are that of an artificer. You would expect them to know magical goods when they see that. But people do come by and sell things to them every now and then, you know, because they're a general goods store. That's kind of how this works, and that's how they get some of their goods. They are only good enough artificers to be able to craft simple items so they have things to stock their shelves with. If they would have seen that flask, they would have went, wow, that's really fancy, let me mark that up. And that's about it.
That's why I was looking for it. It's a flask.
You know this. You specifically, Strontius, know this because the Haswares in Draelia, specifically the Haswares in Bizline, is constantly filled with marked up magic items.
That's what I'm saying. Like, where do you think he got his heels?
What?
Okay. So I find a flask. I need a flask for my explorer's pack because it doesn't come with a flask. So I don't really need too much else, but that's why I asked, where are the magic items?
Yeah. I will say, judging based off of what you've seen in this town, or city, I should say.
Not going to be much to thrift here.
There's not going to be much to thrift here. The reason why I said roll a D100 is because the possibility of it coming through a trading or a stopping town like this, where somebody says, I need to offload some items, slim, but not impossible. Because a lot of trade does go through here, just this is not its destination. So, it was possible, but slim. But yeah, that's, yeah.
Do they have rings?
Do they have rings?
I swear to God.
Like, what kind of rings?
Like...
More magic
Funny
item rings?
Magical... I doubt they'd have that. It's Haswares. They don't have that.
I don't even know what you sent. What did you send me? I'm scared to see what this is.
I haven't sent you...
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna do this then. Here.
No, don't ban the rules. Don't make a rule.
On a 5 or below, they may have something.
I would just like to say that
You really want me out of this store?
No, it's because, again, there's not a lot in the city. Just in general.
What if we got a 5? That would be so funny. All right.
For anybody that's wondering, I opened up the chat for
a D1000.
I rolled it in front of them so they could see, and I rolled a D1000. It landed on 204. They did not. There's nothing funky magical here, and
Strontius, of course, did not pull a T and get anything cool from the thrift shop. But yeah, all right. So I did my flat.
I just want to mention, I was with Bryce like a few hours ago in person, about 12 hours ago by now. He said, and I quote, "You guys will not be getting magic items yet." If Tom got one, I was going to leave.
But the amount of money it would be, though.
Oh, I'm aware. You find a way to...
Regardless.
See, I was hoping I could get the flask and them not know that that's the flask.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
regardless. Yeah, you don't really find what you're looking for.
Yeah. So I grab my flask, pay the silver, and right now I'm out of housewares. It's a little later. Is there anywhere else in the town that's still open?
Shops are closing up. It's getting closer to 8 now. most of the things are closing up. The one that would be still open would be Haswares. So, I would say
Okay.
no.
So now that I've gotten to clear my head, because I could sense that there was going to be a deep conversation going on.
Mm-hmm.
I really just just didn't want to be a part of that.
Yeah.
I am going to. Can I send a message?
Do you have message?
Was that one of the cantrips over there at the store?
No, it wouldn't have been.
No.
And the spell you would need would be sending, which is a higher level
I
spell.
don't have sending.
Yeah.
I was wondering if there's like mail here.
Owl service?
Sort of. I mean, like there is you could do that at the tavern at the inn. You can send like letters and
that's
stuff.
Harry Potter
But
style.
it's funny because as you say that, as you're walking and thinking about this, you do receive a sending. You receive a sending spell.
Oh.
And it's a familiar voice to you. Someone you know. Someone you know quite well. Someone you saw just about a week ago. I need help. You know more about this kind of magic than I do. I'll be there in 2 days. And that's all
Now
you hear.
alarmed.
You can
Now
respond.
alarmed. I send back to what sounds like
It was Aurora.
Aurora.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you're coming to Canopy, you may not be here when you get there, but I'll do my best to stay. And that's what I just send to her as I start making my way back to the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
Love how sending gives you the option to send a text from the phone if you don't have the phone.
Yeah. It allows a response.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't get a response back.
That's just as much a little worrying. All right, so can I go back to the tavern now?
Yeah, and as you arrive back in the tavern, they're kind of finishing up their conversations, and at this point, would anyone
Can I walk
still
up to
have?
the bartend quick?
Yeah, but before you do that, would anyone have stayed up, or would everybody have gone to bed by this point?
Well, like I said, had a nap. So I'd be up a bit later, in part because one of our party members had not been around for 5 hours.
Fern's journaling.
Okay.
Like sitting there like a disappointed father, like,
Okay.
where were you? Flick on the lamp.
Yeah, Nyx is just chilling in her room.
Okay. And Fern, are you journaling in your room, or are you journaling at the
On the table.
on the table? Okay. So you're like a kid at a restaurant, just like
Play with the crayons.
playing with the crayons.
I like lean over to Fern, rather. Hey, the maze is a lot easier if you do it backwards.
I'm not doing the maze. Leave me alone.
Doing the crossword.
I go over to the barkeep
Yeah.
and I look over. I look them and say, "So,
Yes.
what's the tastiest thing you have, like fruity wise?"
Hey, you sound like me at a bar.
She does look at you, and your appearance is starkly different from what you would expect somebody like your appearance to order. At least your request was starkly different than what you would expect. And she's like, Oh, so you want to go with the bits drinks? I see. Got it. Okay.
Oh wow, that also
you know
sounds
what?
like
Do you have Slogbog?
As a matter of fact, we do not.
Oh,
We
what's
have
the
some
closest thing you have to that?
closest thing in terms of type of drink, or closest thing in terms of get you fucked up?
Alcohol percentage.
Alcohol percentage. What you ordered earlier.
How much to fill a flask?
I don't know. 5 copper or 5 silver.
You got it. I just give her the flask.
She fills it up with this floral smelling like light ale. At least that's what it looks like. Again,
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does the rest of my table see me doing this?
Probably. You're not exactly hiding it.
Can we hide it?
Sleight of hand.
There you go. Hold on.
Tythos Fern, what are your passive perceptions?
that is a very good question.
14.
Perception.
I have to beat a 14.
Oh,
Natural 20. Yeah. They don't see this. They don't see this.
Dang
No,
it!
don't see
That
a
would have been
thing.
so funny.
You know what's
no,
what's
now
really
liquid
bad?
lime.
You know what's really, really bad? Is that means I've wasted my 120 tonight on a sleight of hand check for you guys not to see what I'm putting in a flask. Okay.
You're the one who wanted to hide it. We didn't care.
But
All right, so
anyways.
that happens.
Mhm.
Now I have a wonderful flask of pale ale.
Yeah.
And so what about those fruity drinks?
We have sangria.
Yeah, can I have a sangria?
Don't
Sure.
forget to eat fruit.
She pours you a sangria. Just like, I don't know, 2 copper.
Just set it down on the table.
Yeah. It's
Thank
just
you very much.
Of course. Anything.
I appreciate it. You're one of the best people here, you know.
Don't kid yourself, lass.
You know
Okay,
my friend over there. And he just gestures over to the table where Nick is.
Nix is in
Nyx is
heaven.
not there.
Damn
The
it!
one person.
I forgot about that.
Nix is in. Nix is
Gestures
the
over
one
table
person not
where
there.
Tythos is.
Yeah.
Friend over there said you're really cute.
Oh, you're gonna make Nix do that? Love that.
I would just like to mention
She like
that the bartender should know that I have not moved from my seat and you have not approached my seat in hours.
she just like she just looks at you and like she picks up a glass and a rag and starts to clean it, and you can see there's very clearly a ring. She's like, "Uh-huh. Okay."
Damn it, Tythos. Didn't you know she was married?
I just got what that meant. Okay.
Oh my god.
I just wanted to let you know. And I walk away. With the
Enjoy your
drinks, of
drink,
course.
lass.
I'm like, oh, hey, Stronius,
almost-
we haven't seen you in hours.
I almost said something that would get me into a fight. Anyway,
Oh,
Could have just punched
Do
someone.
it.
let's just sit down at the table and start sipping my sangria. So,
Hey, is that bitch
You-
drink?
so Fern, what did you talk about?
you know what I usually tell you guys about at this point. You know, the whole Loki thing, the newspaper. You know, we've been through this.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We have been through this many times.
I was just curious if we talked about anything else.
I didn't
No.
talk about
Okay.
my house yet, but I feel like we've dropped so much.
Isn't that what the
already
newspaper
that's
clipping said anyway?
Bryce,
That's-
Yeah.
The house? No.
is Riken still here?
Nah, he went to bed.
He's long gone.
Okay. How about that Aether wielder guy?
My mentor, former mentor.
You know, for a second I thought he was your dad.
We're not even the same race.
You know. Looks back at Fern. So what'd you talk about?
You already asked Fern.
Again, the usual.
I just see that Fern is doing a maze.
Journaling. I am writing to my mother in my diary. Leave me alone.
Are you sure? That kind of looks like a maze. You know, it's easier if you do it from the back.
Oh God.
I'm thinking
Question.
Fern should have probably been doing the maze at
While I'm like low key vamping at Fern, can I read the journal? Like absent-mindedly?
Fern, what language are you writing in?
I haven't decided that yet.
Because I'm going to be honest, I do not think you would be writing in common.
You know, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah, you would have- you would
I'm
probably write
writing
it.
in halfling.
Halfling have their own language.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
So
Fern would speak
I would-
Elvish.
I would say you can, like, you look over, but you immediately realize, yeah, I can't read that.
I don't understand. Okay.
Can I notice this?
You see me looking at it thinking it's a maze.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like, you see that much. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a
That
maze.
was useless.
It's not a maze. Leave me alone.
I look at Fern and I pat Fern on the head. Don't you think you should be getting some sleepies?
Why do you pat people?
You're looking kind of exhausted.
I'll sleep when I want to sleep.
If I'm gonna be honest, Fern, I don't think you've ever slept around us. As
I
far
have.
as I, well, pretty sure I was knocked out most of those times. In one
You
way
had-
or another.
And I know you don't like him, but he's right. I don't think you want to
Watch.
sleep.
Remember?
No, because he talked over you. What?
You had to wake me up so I could do watch. Last time we slept.
It's not the point.
I just sit down, and I sit down next to Fern because I've moved around the table at this point. And I sit down next to Fern and I just offer. I look at Fern and I say, "Are you old enough to drink?"
I'm 24, yeah.
Would you like some of my sangria? It tastes really good.
I mean, I usually don't drink, but like, sure, I
What
guess.
type of corrupting the youth
How was
bullshit
the-
are we doing?
How was the drink I got you earlier?
To be honest, Nyx took it from me.
Nyx
Wow,
took it from you.
I kind
how
of offered
could
at
she?
first, but like, I meant to give her half of it, and then she
Well-
just went, "Oh, okay."
Well, here. Try the sangria.
Okay.
While Fern tries the sangria, I pull out my flask.
Okay.
Are you trying? Okay. I
Okay.
don't know. I'm not. I'm
How is
going.
it? How is it, Fern?
I mean, it's okay. I usually prefer my teas, but this is okay.
Well, I have something that tastes just like tea. In this flask. Would you like to try it?
Why do I not believe you?
What do you
'Cause
mean?
Common sense.
Deception check.
I
I mean,
don't.
it would be. It would be on smell.
You know, the thing is, I don't even need Fern to make a deception check for reasons that are
Or not convincing
beyond
whatsoever.
dice rolling.
Yeah.
Fern does not need to make a deception, or you do not need to make a deception check
Perception check.
for Fern to know that you're full of shit.
That's not tea. Okay, you don't want to try what's in the flask? That's fine.
I guess I'll have all this tea to myself.
You just don't seem like a tea drinker. I'm sorry.
I'm a tea drinker. I know my teas.
Okay, what's your favorite tea?
Chrysanthemine.
Did you just make that up? I'm asking this as Tythos, because I don't know.
No, chrysanthemum tea is a very good tea.
What's its flavor notes?
Dandelion.
That's it?
Yes. You know, it's called the flower of death, but it actually tastes like life. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, same.
Let's just pretend that didn't happen for his sake and just... He can try again another time. Probably not on Fern.
You all go and make your way to bed.
One more thing before we do that.
Yeah.
Can I walk back over to Tythos and just, like, you know, pat him on, like, the back? And as I do that, can I take the key he got?
Okay, first of all, why is my key on my back?
It's not on your back. I'm sleight of handing you right now.
I mean, you
But
can
that's
try
not
to
how
pocket.
pickpocketing works.
Yeah, you can try to pickpocket them, but it would be sleight of hand at disadvantage.
Okay.
And do I have to roll anything?
It's your passive
No.
perception.
Okay, cool.
I have to beat a 14 on disadvantage.
13, actually.
It's fine. It's fine. I can do this. I win these.
17.
You win these.
Yeah, you do. You do take the key.
So I'm gonna go to my room.
Okay.
I'm going to walk back in, and just, you know, lock the door with my key. I'm
Okay.
gonna put my armor back on,
Okay.
and I think that's it for me. I'll turn in for the night.
Okay.
So I go to my door and realize it's locked.
Yeah.
I can't find my key, despite not leaving this building all day.
Yeah.
So something's up, or I'm really oblivious.
Yeah.
Either is possible. So for the time being, I'm just going to go back downstairs to the owner. Hey, I can't find my key. I haven't left this place. I can look when there's more daylight out and actually see things. Do you have a spare?
No.
Cool. No. Well, have a good night. I'm gonna walk upstairs.
Okay.
And I'm going to lockpick.
So here's the fun thing. Did you ever check what room number you were in?
We did say you did tell him the room number.
Did I tell him
You know,
the room
I
number
thought-
of his room?
You did.
Now,
You said
I thought...
8:35.
But
Okay.
does he remember it?
Oh
Oh,
well.
I cannot remember.
JK, it was not that.
Because if it was the same as Tom's room, I definitely did. I thought I might have picked up on that earlier, but I never really went back to check it. Am I in the same room as him?
No, everybody has separate rooms.
Okay. I know I'm an A.
I just said the room number out loud.
Yeah, so I knew it. I'm sure.
What was it?
I'm gonna roll for a history check.
Make a history check for me.
The history check.
Did you tell me to do it or not do it?
Do it.
Okay, sharp die. Let's go.
He's out here like, I planned like 2 days ahead for you guys, and y'all are just taking each other's keys.
Hey, one.
What?
21.
Yeah, you remember. It's A35.
A35.
Or 2A35, excuse me.
Yes. So I'm on the above.
Yes.
That's what you said last time.
I knew I was on the above. That's the one part I remembered. So I guess I have to lockpick my door now.
Go for it. Make a lock-picking check. Do you have thieves' tools? Are you proficient in them?
I do have thieves' tools. I am proficient in it.
Okay, go ahead and it's your dexterity plus your proficiency bonus.
Dexterity plus my proficiency. What's my proficiency bonus right now?
It should be +2.
Okay. So. God. You're in timeout. I rolled an 8.
8 total?
Wait, did I have advantage?
No.
Okay, then yeah, an 8 total.
What'd you roll on the die? A 1?
2.
You're in time.
Yeah, you don't get that lock picked. You actually break your lock picks.
Can
You know, I
Nix
play
be nice
Skyrim. I know.
and hear something happening down
Yeah,
the hall?
yeah,
and,
you
like,
yeah.
cool.
Well, you
So-
have the room. So your room is right in between Tythos's, or your room is right next to Tythos's. So
Cool. So
You
Nix
just hear
is
me slamming
hearing-
my head against the door in anger.
So Nix is just hearing a lot of noises. She hasn't like gone to sleep yet. She's just been like
Yeah.
relaxing in her room. And
Yeah.
she opens the door to see Tythos and goes, "You okay, bud?"
I don't know where my key is. I put it in my pocket. I have not moved it all day. I have not gone anywhere since getting the key. You know this. You were there.
Think somebody took your key, buddy. Do you want to rest in here? If
Say
you
someone might
need a
have taken
place,
it.
if you said it's been in your pocket all day.
Well, I do know someone who was trying to pull a prank on Fern.
Oh,
Yeah. I think I do.
oh wait, is Strontius back?
Yeah, he's been back.
How
Tried to
about this?
Tried to basically
How
spite
about
Fern's
this?
trick.
You go in my room. I'll go try to have a chat with Strontius and see if I can get your key for you, bud. You've had a long day. It's the least I can do.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna walk into Nix's room and just lie on the floor. I will use like my cape / robe
yeah.
shawl thing and just roll it up like and just place on the floor and rest my head on it.
Okay.
So next is gonna like walk over to Strontius' room, just
Mm-hmm.
Strontius.
Strontius is asleep.
Strontius.
Yeah.
If
You're
he
s-
doesn't answer, can I lockpick his door?
Yeah. Go ahead and make a lockpicking check for me.
I do have thieves' tools and I am proficient, so it's
Yeah.
the plus dexterity plus proficiency.
Yep.
Cool. $17.
Yeah, I'll say you managed to pick the lock.
So she gets in the room and just like walks up to like the sleeping Strontius and just starts poking his face. Shantius.
Yeah, you definitely wake up at this point.
Do you want me to continue this interaction? I just saw your message.
Yeah. Finish.
Okay. Strontius looks over at Nyx and just grabs the Nyx head. Pulls up the Nyx off the
You're
ground
so violent.
as he stands up, holding Nyx out with the head, like by the head, just what?
Can you give me Tythos' key?
Tythos has a key?
You and I both know Tythos has a key. Can you
Okay,
just give
yes,
me the
I took
key?
Tythos' key. Do you know why I took Tythos' key?
Because he's a dick.
Because he embarrassed me today, yes. Now, what else did he say?
What do you mean?
What else did he say? Did he say anything else?
About you? No.
Okay.
I came here on my own fruition to ask for his key back.
Okay. Well, you can get his key back on one condition. Are
And
you
that
gonna
will
steal any
be-
more of Fern's drinks?
She gave it to me, and I was crying.
Stole it. And I tried to get Fern to try it, cause Fern needs more adult experiences.
We will listen. And she like puts her hands out and like grabs Strontius's face too, so they're both grabbing each other's head.
It's like when you're about to head bash someone.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah.
We will get Fern drunk eventually, but for now,
Not get her drunk. That's taking advantage of people.
I want to hear shit from
the
you.
point. She's gonna have a fun time. Give me the key. I'm tired.
I'm tired too.
I'm
Here you
not gonna
go.
let you sleep till you give me that fucking key.
You already said here you go.
I give her the key.
Thank you. Now put me down.
Nope.
He's wearing his armor. I'm not gonna do that. Never mind, because that went so well for me last
The-
time.
Sleep in his
the-
armor.
So his armor is, like I've said, the picture that's shown like through Zero Forge is, it looks metallic, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem with Hero Forge is it's not the best with doing that type of stuff. So that was,
It's durable, but it's not metallic.
yeah, it's not
But see-
metallic, and it's actually quite padded. It's heavy to wear, yes, but it was designed to be comfortable enough to sleep in.
You know what? Better idea.
Garotech
Since we're
is
both grabbing each other's head, she'll head bash him. Till be let go.
make an attack roll. At advantage, you are considered. He is considered grappled by you at the moment, and you are
Perfect.
considered grappled by him. So
I'm grabbing her by the head.
you are both considered grappled.
Alright, so 15.
A 15. Strontius,
Are you looking at my armor class?
what is your armor class?
It's a 14.
Yeah, shit, that's you.
Finally! She finally can attack one of these fuckers!
Nyx, you headbutt him. I'm gonna say it does no damage, but you headbutt him, and he drops you like on that, and you just storm out of the room.
Can I go to hunt her and miss?
No, you can go to bed because
So
your
Nyx-
DM is tired.
Yes, we're finishing up. So Nick storms out and goes to the room, chucks
Yeah.
the key at Tythos' head and says, "Get out, go to bed."
What?
Just peeking through my door, I'm just looking at it like I'm like, that was supposed to be cute.
Get out, go to bed. I did my good deed for you this one time. I
Oh, they
want
love each
sleep.
other, I just know it.
Yeah, thanks, Nyx. I owe you one.
You owe me many, but this one's on the house. go get some sleep.
Is Nyx's room right next to mine?
No.
No.
Tythos is in between you two.
Tythos is going to bed.
Yes.
Is Nyx
He's
gonna
passing out.
walk
Out.
past my door before?
No.
Nyx is in her room already.
Yeah.
Because that's what Tythos was.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Nyx, like, when Tythos leaves, Nyx,
All-
like, closes the door.
We're all going to bed.
Goes to bed.
Mhm. So you all make your way to bed. And you all begin to drift to sleep. And that is where I'm ending this session, which, oh goodness.
Extra long bonus episode.
Yeah, this is either going to be an extra long bonus episode, or episode 3 is going to be short, and episode 4 is just going to be this one, because the timer on this recording is 3 hours.
Woo!
Whoopsies.
We're sorry about if it's a long episode, and if this is just a,
Oh yeah.
another, if this is just another episode. Hey, you know what? That's completely fine.
You know why?
Character.
Because it builds character.
We haven't said it today.
Long story short, thanks for sticking with us, regardless of how this ends up being split up. And I hope you all enjoyed. And yeah, we will see you. As of this recording, we've decided upon an upload schedule. The uploads are going to be happening every 2 weeks on Sundays. That gives me time to edit the episodes, get everything together if I need, get some other stuff together, make sure the audio is properly mixed. Because I do know about the audio issues, so yeah. But thank you all very much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. And we will pick up next time from whatever this is. See?
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.